Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Joining me as well is the adjective thing, the belligerent Kaiser Shonen. Which I don't know if you can run from that one.
I'm not that irresponsible. Hold on. Okay, not
when I'm the irresponsible. It means violent.
Okay, I am not nowhere near the most violent among us.
Okay, well, qualifier here. One does not need to be the most belligerent to still not be belligerent.
It seems I have given myself a bad reputation.
I love how immediately you
about
assume
you,
it's you.
So you just called yourself out.
Yeah.
First off,
which
I didn't
not
say
on
a
me.
thing.
Also, God, I gotta raise the scream. I tested the scream levels on my RahiTuber, and it wasn't even procking. And now it. Oh, that would be why. Did it go down to? No, it didn't. What? No, it's at 4 still. I'm at 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Let's hope that procs properly.
I had a bitch of a time with the scream, so that's why I haven't bothered with it.
Yeah, I've been fine-tuning it, and hopefully I can find the proper moment for it, proper peak point. But yes, hello everyone, and joining us as guests are, in order, I Know Nothing, Fatmanfalling, and PeriodicPete.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, greetings.
We're here to have the final episode.
Yes, and as you may notice, and I mentioned this in the post, in the very first post, unfortunately, Cal could not make it on short notice. She got sick, so basically, just have to trudge forward on this finale without her, which is a shame because getting her final thoughts on the series would have been stupendous. But that's just life.
And Robbie, the book seems different. Yes, I am different. Thank you for noticing. This is wonderful work from Celtic. It shows my sorry, this is something stupid, but I've been told in real life I have what is called a resting bitch face. So now I have a resting book face.
I was about to say, God damn it.
I have been waiting for ever since I joined to make that joke. My apologies.
Okay, no, you know what? You've earned this, definitely. But especially since you've been like the main hater of the show. So, that's kind of this is kind of your claim to fame. You got to
trust me. My hate continues in a bit. This episode, man.
It's not over. In this episode, you're gonna be like, all those throwaway lines I wanted to add wouldn't have worked since they said this line.
You know what?
I feel weird being the show's only defender since Cal couldn't make it.
I mean,
there are several things in this particular episode, specifically a particular screenshot that has been my desktop background since the show aired.
Yeah.
We'll get to that one.
But we will get to it. I think everyone knows what it is.
I remember you mentioning it when we were first talking about it. So it's like this isn't a show that hasn't gone undefended here. It's just it's such a mixed bag. Again, we'll talk about that at the very end, I suppose.
I can think of like 5 or 6 screenshots that would work as a really nice background.
Okay, let's be clear. It's Arcane. You could literally take any single goddamn frame and make it someone's fucking Windows background. Oh my god, can you imagine doing that? If you could like set your Windows background. I guess you could just use a window the window thing.
Put every screenshot from Arcane in a folder.
Make it one frame a piece and just have the entire series playing through your background.
Yo, you find a guy who just find a guy whose wallpaper is just Mel's feet.
Excuse you?
Okay, where did we suddenly we just veered left stage there?
I'm just saying there's always that one guy.
Yeah, but I was about to talk about Wallpaper Engine and how you could literally just upload the videos, but I don't know how we got to feet.
Like, I use wallpaper engine specifically for that one scene in Arcane and several other things. Like I can give you the like stills and everything, but
Kaiser, you've quite figuratively stepped in
Kaiser.
it. What?
Kaiser, question. In your code.
Stream your background drop right now. Stream your wallpaper, Kaiser, right now.
I have nothing to fucking hide.
In your code, Kaiser, does feet.mp4 start playing?
Okay, you can't. All right, you make one joke about feet and suddenly
I don't even know if it was a
Everybody
joke.
loses their
It came out of nowhere.
we were talking about. Listen, Raymond, if you say that every single frame in Arcane can be used as a background,
What was
does that include the?
Kel, what was your idea for
I am
volume
testing
content?
your assertion here.
I don't remember what my idea. If I had an idea, I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. I would have to go back through those streams and try and reproc it.
The only thing that we really talked about, for like vying Catelyn adopting Marcus's daughter, was like, here's a neat AU about how Marcus's daughter got replaced Isha, I think.
Yeah,
that's where it came from, I believe.
Well, that was someone else's idea, which I didn't.
Oh,
yeah, I'm pretty sure I was one of the people that was like, wait, that has interesting implications, but no way would that work logistically.
Then never mind.
Also, yes, Eric, we are me and I Know Nothing and Pete are experiencing glorious evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Sky Slasher, Shao Kahn.
Not even close to the best villain in all of Mortal Kombat. Frankly, he's kind of B tier.
I'm pretty sure he mentioned Sub-Zero in the last stream or something like that, and I'm just
somebody did.
He's just going through. He does this occasionally, where he just goes through random like video games or stuff and sends them I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate the attention. I don't know what to say, other than he was kind of hilarious in the live action film, the good one.
Yeah.
But to Axel, should I watch Arcane? Yes, both seasons are still really good stuff. We have issues with both seasons, more season 2, obviously, but at the same time, they are fantastic television.
Sure.
Yes, I mean, like, this should always be presumed is this series is gorgeous and it's typically very well directed. I think the weakest part of the direction was the there's obviously a traitor in our midst, and the camera is just focusing squarely on Investor. It's like
I wonder who the traitor is.
I was gonna say, like, I would have given it kudos if that was supposed to be like a fake out, but it wasn't. Yeah. She actually was the traitor.
Yeah.
Now it's random fighting game characters. I mean, I'm actually all good with what I've seen of the Mortal Kombat cameos. They actually seem to nail the characters pretty well for their little intros. I just wish there was more substance there. It feels like there's not much at all to the little intros before fights. They get like 3 lines total. And I know, I'm there to fight. And it's like, yeah, I don't care about the fighting game aspect of this fighting game.
It's very telling.
Problem there.
It's very telling that the best thing that Mortal Kombat has for a good chunk of fans is the interactions between characters before the fight.
Yeah. Scott Fisher says, I've been on MK Binge and Shao and M1K Bihan. I guess Mortal Kombat 1 Bihan are my favorite characters, and they're wasted. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's a shame.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I
was going to say, it's a case of the creator constantly resetting the timeline over and over and over again. I think we're on timeline reset 3 at this point.
I was gonna say, like, I know what it's like to hate a wasted character. Well, Twi will tell you all about one of them, but the other one is Kira from Jak and Daxter, who basically gets, I want to say, 1 line in Jak 3, and then doesn't appear otherwise. And she's like the main romance interest for Jak. And it's like,
You can tell
when women aren't really appreciated in video games except as trophies
What's
for the main
baffling to
character.
me is that she's actually a fully fledged, really fun, interesting character in Jak 1, Jak 2, and then Jak X.
Chick from the first game.
But in the third game, they did this weird, like, left-hand swerve where they're like, "Oh, we're gonna ship Jak with Ashlyn," and it's like,
Who is heavily implied to be his mother.
excuse me, wait, what?
Excuse me?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, guys, we are stopping the Arcane stream. Batman, explain.
Batman, elaborate now.
You
What
don't. No, you don't. You never heard that.
No, I've
No.
never heard the
I never
Ashlyn
played
is
these
Jack's
games,
mother's
to be fair.
thing.
Yo, Zero, where are you at? You have to be here for this thing, my man.
Did Damus fuck Ashlyn at some point? What's going on here? How old was she? That kid was like 6 years old. Ashlyn was like, what, 22?
I don't know, but like it's like it's implied through the like that the Deimos and Ashlyn had a romantic relationship before
Implied where? Implied where? I need the specifics because this is not a small thing to imply.
Welcome to Team Jack episode 69, by the way.
This is just an This is a very, 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 very late April Fool's.
We've
stream,
already
as you
had
guys
the
have-
horny Jack episode, too.
I'm wondering if the
We had
horny is
two
just
in a
here to
row.
stay.
At this
Oh
point.
dear.
Oh,
Holy shit. Okay.
you're not getting away from the question, Fat Man. Implied where?
in dialogue somewhere. I could wish I could find that video, but it was years ago.
Anyway, basically, the end of the point is Kira basically fucking vanishes for like almost all of Jak 3, and I have no idea why. No one seems to comment on it. She's
Well, they didn't
barely
get
anywhere.
the voice actor back. It was
Oh.
Tara Strong in 3.
Oh yeah, that's
Like,
right. Then they also like I don't know what happened there. They got Tara Strong, and it was objectively a downgrade.
Damn.
That's
Yeah.
probably why they didn't give her many lines. But yeah,
Well,
no,
then-
Kira got shafted. Right?
Yeah, man, I love Jak and Daxter, but Jak 3, it did things I didn't like.
Damn.
I was gonna
That's
say, when I
what I
can
heard
easily
about
say
it.
Kairi gets more attention in every single game that she's in than fucking Kira does in Jak 3, and that includes BBS, where I think Kairi has one scene.
Yeah, she has literally one scene where she's being saved by Aqua, and then
Yes.
that's the one bullshit scene with the Keyblade, in my opinion.
Actually, let me think about that. No, I can see the argument. No,
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, because that's like, oh, she's touching the Keyblade. That means that she's worthy now. Why? How?
Excuse you.
For what reason?
Technically,
Yeah,
it's
I was originally really confused about that because I thought that was because of like Aqua's spell on her.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But
that was the
guess not.
cutscene before the fight. 'Cause there's technically 2 scenes.
Oh yeah, that was before
I
that-
count the cutscenes like sandwiching the fight sequence. I count all of them as one scene for the purpose of like storytelling.
Gotcha. And I
Sure.
mean, even if
I can agree
not
with
that, Kairi's grandmother just recounting the same story that we heard in Kingdom Hearts 1 is.
Well,
I
you're
don't know
gonna
if you
hear
would
it
even-
again if you ever watch Union Cross, because the grandmother reiterates that
Oh,
story
God.
at the very beginning.
It's the grandmother there. Oh my god,
Well,
is
you
she gonna
know,
be a missing link? Do you think?
That would actually be
Oh,
very
man.
cool, but
I
Well-
would.
don't
I would
know.
be very like hesitant in that. Be like, okay, she can be in it, but she can't be like a Keyblade wielder or anything. She has to be like a normal civilian that's just like witness to all these things going on.
no, I
Right.
think the missing link probably takes place before Kairi's grandmother is alive, because like I think missing link takes place before even Xehanort is born, and like Xehanort and Kairi's grandma.
But
are
hear
kind
me
of the
out.
same
Hear me
age.
out. Kairi's grandmother is in the game, and she's she's better characterized than Kairi.
Oh my god!
I think that it's just the storytelling opening, like Once Upon a Time sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let us finally dive into the finale of Arcane. In the last episode, war were declared.
Yeah.
In this episode, war were declared.
War does happen.
War. What is it good for?
But
Absolutely.
well, I was gonna say we do start out on basically
Wasteland.
Well, Jinx.
No, the song is Wasteland. My apologies.
Oh, right. Which is a beautiful song. You know,
I actually really like this song. This is one of my top 5 for Arcane.
I the way it's used at the end of the episode is just like, even with what we know and what we kind of understand about what's going on there, it's like, oh, God, they did really again. Direction, on point, absolutely great. Wait a minute, why aren't you blue and pink? This is a false advertising, Raymond. Look, we did the promo shoot, and like that stained my feathers for a while. Wrong animalistic trait. Look,
do you have any idea how hard it is?
Eyebrows count as fur. There we go.
I was gonna say, do you have any idea how hard it is to get that out of feathers and pages as well as circuits? Like,
yeah,
come on.
All I gotta say is, I'm glad none of it got my glasses.
I actually had to re-dye my hair.
We had to use a industrial frickin' air dryer to trying, we were sitting there with a big hair dryer just trying to make sure all the pages were clean on I Know Nothing. It was very embarrassing.
I wanted to use Storm Tornado in order to dry it all off and get it off of him, but y'all said that's too powerful.
It was, dude. You know what that does to the environment.
But yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna tear the pages, man. They were already fragile enough as it is by being soaked.
And rest of y'all can get good. I just gotta throw myself into a bucket of sulfuric acid.
Yeah, that's
platinum for life.
My notes about the Wasteland song is that it is probably one of the best music videos in all of Arcane Season 2, specifically because it's entirely about Jinx's full depression, her resentment, her resignment to just do what she's about to do, and it's beautifully shown in, like, it gives you a peek into the mind of someone this lost, for lack of a better term. Defeated. And that is very defeated. That's actually the best word. And it's one of the best because all of the story and all of the emotion is packed in right there. And unlike a good chunk of the other music videos in Arcane Season 2, it doesn't force you to imagine what the story actually is. I'm looking at you, Episode 4, and the drunken ramblings of Vi and Shieldman. Like everything else, like Jinx burning down the last drop, the thing that like kept her together, the final vestiges of Vander and Silco in her mind. And right here, like the idea where the glass is just this jaw that's like about to like chomp down on Jinx.
Oh, I didn't freaking notice that. That's great.
Yeah,
that's
like
it's beautiful
stuff. It's beautiful stuff. Like whoever was the art director, no notes, chef kiss.
Well, quite literally, you're reading from the notes, but
okay, splitting pages. Stop that.
And basically,
only notes of praise, no critical notes.
Mm-hmm. Right. Correct.
And the last thing that we see in this sequence is she loads up a hex gem. Where she actually got that? She didn't actually have a hex gem.
We were actually It's actually something that I noted down because we talked about it last time. But the hex gem that she had in the cell, was that actually a mirage / a figment of her imagination? Because she has one right here.
I mean, it could.
I legit don't know. Like, I can't ask.
It could still be an illusion in the jail cell, and then she just had one in the place where she was living.
It's not unreasonable for her to have one. It's just you just had that lying around. I mean, I guess if anyone were, it would be Jinx. But
yeah,
you think they would want to check?
Given how she's stolen a bunch of them anyway, so.
And obviously, as she pulls the pin and the explosion happens...
Yeah, we should clarify. She is attempting right now to Minecraft herself.
A great Sudoku.
Yeah.
But that's a great question. Okay, and moving on.
Drop.
Thank you, Ryan. she destroys the last drop and burns it down. And do you guys want to talk about the cosmic luck that is Ekko arriving in the 4-second window that it is to stop Jinx from Sudokuing herself?
Well, that's always the question. Is like, so did he arrive back in the proper timeline and then walk here and then did this to stop her from dying? Like he walked in on her about to do this and pulled it. Did he just now teleport in from the alternative timeline in time to see her do it? Or some other third option that I'm not thinking of here?
Or some other third thing.
I kind of assumed that was when he popped back in.
Can you imagine that's the first thing you see popping back in from another universe?
Yeah.
Especially the whiplash of like, I have just seen the twin
Best form.
sister of you perfectly healthy, happy, and fine, going on to live a nice, casual, comfortable, boring life. And now I'm going to walk in on you, a different version of you, the one that I know, trying to blow yourself up with a miniaturized nuclear explosion. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, that's
I mean, panic.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like, oh shit!
Let's be 100% honest. Ekko goes through it this season. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
My poor boy
needs a break.
He does.
Bro doesn't have
Instead,
an off
he got-
switch.
Instead, he's gotten breakups.
Like, we need a Danny Mata like level yell, like, oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
And he immediately opens up, I just want to talk. And she's like, just get out of here. And it just doesn't even bother giving him a chance to leave. She's like, fuck it, we're gone.
Yep. Show's over.
It goes through a montage of him using the Z drive to say different things to stop her. And a good chunk of them don't work.
What I like is that, like, he's incrementally making progress towards a conversation. Like, it's kind of interesting how everything that he tries to open up with is just building on top of the previous thing, because he's not rewinding those. He's just rewinding the explosions after he says them. So,
Yeah.
And I find that just very kind of a fun idea. This entire sequence, as depressing as it is, it got a real solid laugh out of me when we watched it. Because it's just like, he is so obstinate about this happening.
It's so...
I loved it.
Using
it's
time
very
travel to catch your breath.
Basically, yeah. And I'll be 100% honest. I know it's super serious, but my roommate made me die laughing because every time that Ekko used the Z drive, he made a comment of, "I'm so sorry you're depressed. That gives 5 big booms." Boom, boom, boom.
And this is why I usually don't like watching things with other people.
She really hates
Fair
watching
enough.
things with me.
I know, that's why I keep doing it every week. I just hate myself.
Fair enough, but I think we can all,
around.
I think we can all agree this is a fantastic use of the Z drive, and I do like how every single time Ekko uses it, there's still like smoke on his skin.
Yeah, he's
from,
so
like,
receiving
burns.
residual damage from it.
Yeah.
Which is good. Decent consequence. It's always good to see.
Mm-hmm. And,
But yeah, this is definitely probably the best scene in the episode, in my opinion, or at least one of them. Sorry.
It's one of the best episodes. It's one of the best scenes in the season. I would probably say.
It unironically is. Like, I've seen a lot of people shit on it for one reason or another, but they're flat wrong.
Really?
And
what are they shit on it for?
The fact that like Ekko found Jinx right here, the coincidence of it all, and the fact that for Ekko's perspective, this Jinx is the chick that's insane and killed a bunch of his friends. So why would he care, even if he did talk to the powder?
I mean, on the first point, going into that, whether like either A, he teleported there, like we assume, which would make sense given how, he was essentially in the same place, just in a different dimension. Or B, he would at least know where to go in order to find this place because again, he was in the other dimension anyway.
Well,
And
my
Yeah.
thing with this scene in the multiverse machine is that this is where they built the multiverse machine in the other dimension, so transferring back to here is fine by me.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Timing is a bit meh, but at the same time, not that intense.
If we're to assume that like he didn't teleport in here at this exact moment, rather he teleported in sometime earlier, and well, do we say that? I mean, I guess it's weird that like she would have burned down the whole place and never would have noticed him until like this exact moment. That's why I got the implication that he only just teleported in just now.
I was gonna say like my take on it is because we know that the hex cores are to a degree sentient. They actually have an intelligence
and like attuned to each other, kind of.
And they're a little. Well, I was gonna say that like I think the mental, and this goes back to our discussion on trying to figure out exactly why people wound up where back in the episode 7, where Heimerdinger wound up in the past. You have Ekko who wound up in the present, and Jace in the future, because that's their mindsets. I think it's very possible to explain that Ekko wound up here because he was thinking about Jinx, and it brought him to Jinx, like temporally.
That's a good way to think about it.
And so
I actually really like that, and there's, as being the one person that has delved into legal lore, I am sorry about that. I am seeking therapy at this point.
I must apologize. I play League of Legends.
Bro, I'm
League of
sorry.
Legends.
I've learned about the void. I deserve it. But like, there's nothing in the league system that would, in one way or another, would say that, like, oh, thinking about this person would totally throw you someone else. No, this is like, it's one of the subtle storytelling things about this season that I do like, and actually, I did headcanon in the back of my head. I didn't know if anyone else said it, though, so.
Okay. No, that kind of makes sense. I didn't even think about that as an option, but yeah, that makes about as much sense as everything else. It seems pretty consistent.
Yeah.
So I don't really have an issue there. But then we get to the second part of that, which is that, oh, would Ekko really want to save her? And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the point of his development in the other dimension.
So
why wouldn't he want to save her? That's the question.
The argument, a lot of people. You first, Fatman.
Okay, a lot of people really don't seem to take into account interpersonal relationships when thinking about character motivation, which to me is crazy. Like, if you watch, if you look at like the Hell of a Boss fandom recently, and they're like, oh, Blitz has been like character assassinated, and it's just like, you've never had a relationship in your life, have you?
By the way,
why would Ekko want to save Jinx? It's like, you have never interacted with a person that you liked, have you?
I do think that the cut is from episode 1. The cut thing of Ekko trying to save her is probably what hurts this the most in terms of that. It would help really inform people on that he was intent on saving her and failed. But now he has a new viewpoint on things and can approach her on healthier ground, or at least a better ground for the both of them, where they both are presently.
I personally think it still works even without that, because, well, the easiest thing to say it is like, oh, but Powder in the other world and Jinx in this world are two completely different people. So intellectually, you might be able to say, yeah, they're different. Emotionally, though, no.
Yeah, absolutely not.
That's something completely different.
Effectively, they are the same person. Just what would that person become if something different had happened in their life? So, like, functionally, they still are the same person. So, like, why should it be any different?
And if he didn't try to do anything, that would completely go against his development throughout that part of the season. Like, that whole thing is about, seeing the potential good in that reality made him rethink his circumstances in this one and strive to actually do better. And Powder in that dimension was a huge driving force of that. So it would really be kind of shitty for him to just show up here and just kind of let Jinx go.
Yeah.
I don't know. That wouldn't really work.
Also, I say that sorry, I lost my point. I had something and then it just got lost when Kaiser was talking.
No.
Yeah, I think basically what we saw in episode 7 was him being like, "Hey, it's probably we just gotta save. We gotta save." He wants to still save her because he sees what a quote unquote good version of her could be.
I remember what it was.
Oh, you first.
Just basically the point about the cut moment of Ekko trying to save Jinx in the beginning.
Yep.
I think that's all fine and dandy. I don't think that it was necessary. It's probably for those like really stupid people who don't pay attention, who sit in the back of the class. Like that's
I was just
kind
saying
of what
it would have
those
helped.
moments are for.
I wasn't saying that it was necessary.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just saying like for the more media illiterate of us, it's probably necessary, but it's not required.
We're gonna be. We probably
Says
sound
the
so
literal
fucking
book
elitist right now. We sound so elitist
Let me
right
joke.
now. Oh my god.
But like, I know at least some people are probably waiting for us to like tear into this like cinema sins, but overall everything in this scene has things working for it, especially the case that but how does Ekko have the ability to pull Jinx back from the brink? And cynically you can say, hey, we need a character to pull Jinx back from the brink and Sudoku herself because the final battle's got to happen and we got to have her in the final battle. She's very useful, yada yada there. At the same time, though, Ekko has a time travel device on his hip. He quite literally has infinite pulls of that motherfucker. So grabbing that and constantly using it. My issues with this particular setup actually happened off-screen. The off-screen implications.
I think the worst thing with this scene is that we wanted more of it, and we kind of needed more of it.
It's the off-screen implications of stuff that happens later that really drags this scene down. But in a vacuum, this scene's perfectly fine. And Ryan Carson, Jinx and Alternative Powder lived very different lives, which obviously shaped them in separate ways. Jinx was traumatized extensively and raised by a crime boss, and appropriately rubbed off on her.
They are still functionally the same person at the core of it. That does not change. The only thing that shapes them into different people is the different outcomes that they went through during their lives. But at the core of it, they are still the same person.
Yeah, like the multiverse is a really big thing, but the differences between the main universe and the multiverse we do see where Ekko and Heimerdinger went, they're not crazy different in terms of like the different issues.
Personality and stuff like that.
There's a grand total of like 3 big changes overall, like Vi dying, Silco and Vander, and the reaction from the council post-explosion. Those are the 3 like change points, and other than that, things are functionally the same.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also, Hex Tech wasn't invented, and the world isn't going to slowly devolve into madness until after Ekko visited. Yeah.
Actually, there's something that was brought up to me that I do want to bring up later, but I'll put a pin in that.
Okay. You better have Ekko and Jinx act as parents to Isha in your Arcane rewrite. Okay, I'll take your Ekko and Jinx, and I'll raise you Jinx and Lux. Okay, we're good. Moving on.
Oh my god.
Okay, first off, you say ew, I say Garen best uncle.
Yes. Give me the kind of meathead uncle. Be great.
He is such a he's the biggest meathead. Actually, I can't say that because there's several people in contention for biggest meathead.
I was gonna say I Ekko I can't ship with anyone other than Powder, as in the alternate universe. Like they were so sweet, and it's a little weird, and strange, but I don't know. I don't think Jinx is in the right place for Ekko.
We've talked about it, alternate Powder and Jinx. That's a good time bond ship, but main Ekko and main Jinx doesn't overly work.
I do like how his word that broke through to her is always a dance with you, and he just sits the fuck down. It's like I'm just gonna breathe. I have been through a lot in the last few days. I'm just gonna. Oh.
I love this moment so much. Just, it's so good.
Yeah, and I can't remember. Does she pull it one more time now, or is this where she stops?
Yeah, I think this is.
Oh, she jumps. That's right.
Wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's like, oh, God damn it. I feel bad for Ekko, man.
What?
They can't even sit down without this chick falling apart.
It's just like, Jinx, stop trying to jump. I have time travel.
You see, this is what it's like to be a man trying to date in 2025. I'm joking.
Okay, I need to see the Andrew Tate podcast episode about, she keeps trying to throw herself off a bridge and I keep using time travel to save her life. I need to see that because I don't think he'd actually try to save her life.
Okay, for Andrew Tate it would be, so girl's trying to kill herself. So you know what? Let her. You will not be chained down by someone like that. You need to be on the grind set.
Dude, and the Sigma male grind set music is playing in the background the entire
exactly.
time.
I mean,
This
honestly,
is a YouTube
yeah.
short.
Like,
Yeah, YouTube sure that shit.
For him, like, women are nothing but animals. So
She
like,
drops
why wouldn't he
grenades.
just...
You do drop squats.
But
She
obviously
hangs. You hang from the bar.
why can I hear this in his voice saying that? Says Cameron, because it's so easy to do an Andrew Tate impression. You just have to really get into the masculine weird guy. You just gotta keep going.
You have to breathe and like really emphasize the words along the way you go.
Sigma grind set beach to chill too. But again, Ekko has infinite tries so long as he has strength in his arm to pull the ripcord. So
Yeah.
We're already in the episode before an hour. Improvement over last time.
Yeah.
Shut up. Shut up.
sorry, Titan. It's like him using what he learned from the alternative verse powder, and the fact that he calls her very special and like pushing things forward. It's a really good message and a really good like push to keep Jinx in the fight.
Yeah.
The only issue with it is the build up in the episodes before this, specifically what Vi says.
Also, like there is a bit of a clinch to this, which is, does he know there's going to be a fight?
I don't think so.
He can't know about Mbessa or Victor.
So
no,
his
that's something that
we
that
can't
was
take like the fight element into consideration. Then we have to consider he's just trying to save her.
Yeah,
and which I think is better. And I was going to bring that up in the off-screen stuff that I had problems with afterwards.
Sure.
And it's actually something
about.
It's actually something. No, she doesn't, and it's actually something that I do like. It looks down. Jinx does look down and sees that there are the monkeys in the Z drive.
I was just basically like, do you think she ever asked about the monkeys?
It wouldn't surprise me, but we don't see it.
Also, wait, how many monkeys are there?
1, 2, 3.
Oh God, I hope
we can't tell by the strap. I
hope there are 12. That would be an amazing reference.
It's the strap is destroying us right now because I can believe there are 12.
There are 4.
What?
What?
There are more than 4 right there.
Also the Epikyo. I love you all, Team Jacked. Have a fun stream. Thanks, Epikyo.
Oh, thank you.
Is it a barrel?
Yeah, thanks a lot, dude.
Hey.
All right, +1. You get that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you're gonna let Isha live, aren't you, Celtic? I've already been over this. The child must die.
Celtic is over here looking at the child and saying, "I'm sorry, little one."
I'm sorry. No. I'm over here and I'm like, okay, do I use the sword or do I use the axe?
Yeah.
It makes it better.
Raymond just walks in on Isha, and it's just that scene from Revenge of the Sith.
Master Celtic, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
By the way, I actually did see that in theaters. It's a unique experience. I never saw it in theaters. Revenge of the Sith.
I hate that I didn't see it in theaters.
I
don't know if
that
they're still showing it.
It was so many people in my theater were screaming, "You are the chosen one! You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them, bring balance to the Force!" And then more, "I hate you." Sorry,
well, I mean,
my theater was very
so long
vocal.
as they weren't throwing entire bags of popcorn and live chickens over the place whenever someone
said the live chicken. Okay. In defense of the live chickens, all right. That is the perfect thing to have around for all the scattered popcorn. I'm just saying. It might be annoying otherwise, but you know what? It's going to make cleaning up that theater a lot faster than people want to say.
If there's still a shit ton of popcorn that they have to clean out by the end of
it is a fat fucking chicken.
Well, it wasn't a fat fucking chicken.
I am just Squidward looking out the window right now because I live in a small town that only has a locally run theater. We don't get things like reruns of movies.
And Celtic defended Chicken Jockey. No. I defended the chicken in the theater, not the chicken jockey.
A man must defend the
look
chicken.
Look out for his fellow poultry.
Yeah.
I don't. Avian. It would be avian.
Yes.
No, you're a poultry.
I'm not a poultry.
Yes,
well, you literally are. You're okay. You take a bird plus fire. You're poultry. That's what.
Okay,
I didn't make the rules.
So the stand in this court session must go to the judge of Twilight Guardian, but in his defense, Celtic, are you poultry?
No.
Twi, your verdict.
Poultry is the word for a bird that has become food. So technically, yes, if we eat him.
I would rather that not happen. So you know, I think for now I am definitely not poultry.
Well, just remember that later.
Technically, food does not have to be eaten for it to be food. When I go to my grocery store and I go to where all the raw chicken is, it's a
nice special roasted phoenix with a side of goo.
You will rise from the ashes, you know.
Yeah,
so
I will be rising from the ashes in your digestive tract. It's not pleasant for either.
No,
you need to
the real
have
thing.
Ashes in the first place.
No, the funniest thing would actually be us eating chicken as Celtic rise from the ashes, and he arises seeing us like eat a chicken leg, and we just stare at him as we take another bite. Regardless, for Arcane, this is a pretty good scene. A lot of people who have problems with it really need to take another look at it, because in a vacuum, this is a really, really good scene.
Yes. I agree.
And the music video is quite good. The issues entirely come later, but we'll talk about. I think we should actually talk about the after effects of this particular scene when Jinx and Ekko's blimp comes forward. That's probably the better time.
Yeah, that'll be a better time.
Actually, going to turn on the overlay screen.
I want to make a quick little comment about like the idea that Ekko shouldn't get with Jinx because of her mental state. I think that's kind of it leads kind of to this idea that once someone is broken, they can never get into a relationship because they're not worthy of it.
No. What I'm saying is that I don't think Jinx would be interested in Ekko reciprocally in that way. I feel like she is not I don't feel like she's in the mental state that she thinks she deserves a relationship, even though he's pulling her out. But also, I think there's enough bad blood between them at this point that even though he has rescued her, or to some degree has helped her out of a bad state, I don't think that she and him would be compatible in that way. It's not a matter of her being mentally ill. It's a matter of where I think the characters are at in their own personal journeys.
Okay. I did want to get clarification on that.
Yeah,
because...
good thing you clarified. I didn't want to send that message.
So the reason why I say it doesn't overly work in my eyes is because Jinx's story continues on with her walking away / leaving, and she can't do that with Ekko here, sort of thing. If that makes sense.
AdamMan678 says, "Hey, I know this is completely off topic. Yeah, surprise for us. But I need your stance on the 100 men versus 1 gorilla."
Freaking course.
Okay.
Look,
what?
Apparently, there's a question.
Yeah,
it's a meme question of 100 men versus 1 gorilla who wins, and I'm pretty sure I'm
siding mostly with the 100 men, but all I gotta say is most of them are gonna fucking die.
Yeah, I would say at least. Well, I would probably say 30 men at the minimum die, and that's being generous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking here is, like, no matter the circumstances, if they're all together in the same, arena, and there's nothing else around, eventually someone is going to get the idea to start fashioning weapons out of the bones of the fallen men. like eventually the human ability to create tools and weaponry on an advanced level is going to come into play, and it's going to overwhelm the gorilla.
Okay, first off, if the gorilla is DK, of course the 100 men are gonna win. Like, come on.
Okay, his down B wipes them all out in 1 second.
Yeah.
Right?
What's he gonna? He can forward neutral and just destroy everything. Like, we can't stop that.
Yeah.
What about 100 Marios versus 1 DK?
Well, then
okay,
Mario
obviously
wins.
Mario wins. Come on.
One Mario beats DK.
Yeah.
Get your power scaling right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like Mario's got the
I don't
jumps.
play either of these games.
All right, what about 100 toads?
Dude, at that point, DK's just playing baseball.
Yeah, but if he reflects damage the same way he does as Peach's neutral, yeah, he's gonna win.
Oh, I hadn't considered that. Okay, Captain Toad.
Well, of course, Captain Toad wins.
Oh my God, Eric, why?
Just send the amazing atheist to fight 1 gorilla with a banana.
Oh my God!
I mean,
1 phoenix versus the 7 secret spices.
Good God!
By the way, guys, we're here to talk about Arcane.
Yeah.
With a quick Google search, it says a gorilla can do a bench press of about 4,000 pounds.
Yes.
And 100 men probably weighs about 18,000. So yeah, 100 men could beat a gorilla just by dogpiling it.
Oh yeah, like it's a matter of numbers versus strength, but like at some point you're going to just outnumber the thing.
I mean, my favorite version of this is 1 trillion lions versus the sun. Yes, this
okay,
has been
guys,
debated.
I need to introduce a new caveat to this then. All right, 100 men versus the legendary Joe Rogan gorilla that has learned how to bench press.
Wait, Joe Rogan is the gorilla?
No. Joe Rogan made a hypothetical. It's like, we've never seen a gorilla.
Who has done strength training.
Yeah, we've
never
never
the same way that bodybuilders can.
We've never seen a gorilla at full strength. They've only ever just done what they naturally do. But so if they knew about strength training, what would a gorilla end up looking like? And that's what I'm introducing. 100 men versus the bodybuilder gorilla.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a better question.
And we're not answering that because it's back to the chat. We're moving on to Arcane.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where the scene ends. And we get the last opening credits. Is there anything more interesting about this opening credits? Like any more additions? I think actually we just saw it.
You probably have to like compare it with some of the other openings because like I know that each of the openings have slight differences from one another.
This one right here, I found it already.
It's that one that I have notes on. Right, you have it right there.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Shows the end game version of Jinx and Vi back to back.
Right.
Which is telling, given what they're going to do later, and Unfortunately, my theory on the like different ticks on Ekko's shadow, they're the same for the most part.
Okay.
I was really
wish there was
hoping
more,
that
personally.
every single character would have a unique thing at the end of this. I don't think they do. Ultimately, yeah, no, they don't. Like,
Also,
oh,
Eric,
wait, no, he does.
A million Jinxes versus Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser wins. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't he like a fucking? He's
one
the
of-
cosmic being. He's the
he's one of-
cosmic being that other cosmic beings call a bully.
He's one of 2 endgame bosses in all of League lore.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
I don't think you can nuke that, not even a million times.
And we see this is a sunrise,
It looks like a set, personally.
but it's like daytime when we see parts of the battle. So I imagine it's rise.
It's weird.
But
No,
give
it's
it
not
a-
Rise, it's Victor.
Oh my!
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay, that was a good one. That was good.
This stream got me looking up how strong gorillas are.
I mean, look, the debate is very interesting. Okay, can I just say that debate just proves that power scaling is actually fun, and that people who say it's not are fucking wrong.
No, I totally would love to do I do like a death battle type thing where we're just like sitting here comparing characters. I think that's actually a really fun idea. It's like we set some
I'd love to
standards.
do that.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to have a discussion about who would win between Freera and Lena in verse from.
Oh
Slayer.
God!
Oh,
That's a good one. That's a good one, actually. I haven't heard that one.
Have you
I like
guys
that.
ever heard of a game called Fuck, why did I forget the name of it? God damn it.
I have never heard of a game.
Why is everything
called
okay on your
Fuck.
end? You've gone into the
No,
void.
there's a
I lost my screen monitor.
Okay. I will turn you off until you get it back.
Have you guys heard of a game called Super Fight?
I
Can't
might
say
have
that
to
I have.
restart my computer though.
I think so.
shit, you
I
good?
think I heard of that.
No,
She might have
because
to
my
restart it.
computer's not fixed.
Well, shit.
You gotta stop laying it out and interacting with all those random computers, those stray computers.
My God.
Oh, it comes back with viruses like this.
Ugh,
Took
it's
me a
not
second,
a
but that was
it's
funny.
not a virus. The hinge is broken. I was trying to look up replacement screen and hinges while we were talking. Like I still have access to everything. But it's not on it's not on the main monitor. It's just on the second screen. I don't know why it's not working though.
Well,
Oh no, now I can't. Oh, there we go. But like you can't see me at all.
it's just a black screen.
Oof.
Just a black screen.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. I'll see what I could do about that
Check the art. Oh, we got
without having to
Hmm?
restart.
Phoenix nutrients now.
Oh my fucking god!
I'll post it.
My God. My God, Ben.
Oh wait, no,
That is fucking
I have to switch it.
insane.
We'll show it off at the end. Hopefully, we remember. That's fucking hell. It's great.
You remember?
Nutrients now.
Oh. All right. So, well, Twy is hopefully not dead. So we got our
Battle
four
plans.
principal characters making battle plans. I guess Vi is here for emotional support for Caitlyn.
Yeah.
I don't know why else they would allow her to like come up from the underground. Like this is not. Since when has she been
They
a brilliant
found-
strategist?
I mean, they found both her and Caitlyn in the cell, and it felt really awkward saying one, not the other.
They were stuck at the hip. They were locked together.
But overall, it's a case of Jace saying, I need you and the Enforcers to buy me as much time as you can. So, Jace, why haven't you, disrupted the entirety of the Hex Gate and the failsafe right now? Like, is there no plans in case that someone other than Jace could take out the Hex Gate core? Is it just him?
Why aren't they doing it now? Like, everyone's gone.
Exactly.
All the people have left.
It's something brought up by Random Film Talk. Pete brought him up in his final video. Why, where this, for lack of a better term, this council meeting, this could have happened at the failsafe. Jace could be talking as Jace is turning everything off.
And they brought the little model down there.
Yeah, why not?
That would
have
be
Marcus's daughter down there playing little toys around it and just being like,
with the Victor Ball.
The Victor. Okay, I need to talk about the Victor Ball.
Yeah, how do they know what the Victor Ball is?
That's a good question. Yeah. How did they know about the Victor Ball?
Mel said, Mel says, this is the thing that they're pushing forward. This is the Victor Ball, for lack of a better term. Question, Mel, how the actual fuck do you know that Victor is inside that ball? Like, what was the conversation that you had with Mbessa right before you left and you saw all the floating robots and everything? How do you know?
It's amazing.
Legitimately, how do you know?
Yeah, for all he knows, it's going to hatch.
Sorry.
For all he knows, it's going to hatch before they even storm Piltover.
Yeah, but do you want to carve out the minifig that quickly? No, I'm sorry.
Yes, actually. I have access to a friend with a 3D printer. I can get that done in half an hour.
Piltover don't have those.
Well, too fucking bad. They're not ready. You know what? I'm gonna say it. The most good settings will not be caught dead without good miniatures. Piltover, not a good setting. They were caught dead with bad miniatures.
I was gonna say, are we going to defend Piltover not making decent enough miniatures within a decent amount of time when they created 3 gigantic statues for the dead council members in the short amount of time between the end of season 1 and the beginning of season 2? Yeah.
It's the case of the Victor Ball, and it's actually something that I looked up episode 8 in this one for. So Victor says that he needs the anomaly to ascend and push forward, but I'll be 100% honest, hasn't he already ascended and he only needs the anomaly to push the mind control on everyone else?
Yeah, to start the third
Am I weird? Am I weird on that? Because it seems he's already ascended, but he doesn't need the anomaly.
I feel like there's tiers to Ascension, and what we're seeing is the bottom level of Ascension with him at current, and he needs to get even higher.
Okay, that's fair. But it's the thing about the, as much as I don't like the series, at least with say Bleach, you can see say Aizen's Ascension with different transformations, but once Victor gets the anomaly, he just puts it in his staff and then eventually throws it into the sky. He himself as a figure doesn't really transform to show that he has ascended. If that makes sense.
I think
this is entirely a personal thing.
I think what they're going for is that his final ascension is the complete integration of all human consciousness into his own, but I could agree that could also just as easily be seen as if anything, everyone else's ascension, and he's still more or less the same. It's just now he also contains the consciousness of all humanity. Oh,
it's a hive mind.
Okay,
that's how it works. You got to get everybody.
If I don't touch anything, nothing will be disoriented. And now that I've said that,
of course not.
We're going to I'll just hope that window doesn't close. That's all I'm hoping.
I was going to say, is it?
Yeah, it still looks fine on where I'm looking at the stream. So I think
it's just that's it's not an issue. It's just one of those things of I feel this is something I came up with, and it was one of those Wait, does anyone else feel this? Slash, does this feel weird to anyone else, or am I just weird?
It feels like we skipped. Like that's really the problem with the end here. Is a lot of the season has been. We've skipped past a lot of the explanation for how do you know that? It's like it's not impossible for you to know this, but it's like that's really convenient. You know these specific things.
Also, I know your book. You're always weird.
Okay, true, but at the same time, the heavy lifting of Caitlyn saying Victor's at the center of this, all this, isn't he? Okay, so Caitlyn, how do you know that? How does Mel know that? Truly, I want to see the conversation between Melon and Bessa after the cutaway where we see all the robots. Like, did Mel just say, "Okay, war's on," and then she just walks away and people just watch her leave?
I guess Jace maybe told them.
No,
say that.
Actually, shouldn't everyone here be like, man, I sure feel bad for Victor. He was a good friend of ours for like 9 years. You know, we all spent so much time with him, and you just have like Vi off in the corner, like, who the fuck is Victor?
An amazing comedy beat of everyone talking super dramatically and Vi just sort of like awkwardly raising her hand with the Atlas gauntlet. So I'm like, okay, so who's Victor?
I don't think has she ever met Victor
at
all?
She hasn't.
No, that didn't
No.
happen. They were in like the same room in during that scene in season 1 where she just screamed at the council. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't even think he was there.
He wasn't. He was. No,
you're right. He wasn't. He was in the other council scene.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, he was like in the seat like near Jace. I'm guessing. So like they were in the same room as each other, but they never really talked.
There's it feels like really easy, both comedy and exposition of just people explaining what Victor has become, and Vi is just sitting there just as the like street level sort of hero, like being explained this cosmic level stuff, and just like, okay,
wait,
what?
No, God, people remind episode 6.
Oh shit, yeah, no,
they met the Herald.
Yeah, I was gonna say they met the Herald, and actually you can assume that Vi learned his name was Victor. Then
they spent a few days there.
This is me being funny, but at the same time, that's
I blanked on that. It has been a little bit. Also, it's warm in here.
Episode 6. Wow, I only have one meme from episode 6 left.
Oh,
but yeah, they're discussing.
They must stop. They must stop the goon egg. Please stop, Eric.
Yeah. From the goon did he emerge, into the goon he must return.
And so we get some flashes of what I guess we presume. I don't know what we're trying to be indicated here. Is this what he's remembering of the future Victor? Because it's nothing like future Victor. Instead, it feels like...
I thought it's what he remembers of episode 6, because Victor opening his eyes and looking at Jace is exactly what happened right before like Jace shoots him.
Right. And it's him also then remembering the statue of himself, the dead automaton.
Yeah. Like, we're meant to lose this fight, sort of thing. And like his whole thing of like, if he reaches the Hex Gates, that's all over. Yada yada. And it is true that if Victor reaches the Hex Gates, he wins, and it's...
I'll raise several questions later.
Well, it will, but at the same time, on a meta level, this is a pretty simple scene for everyone to get behind, myself included, despite my hate, which people have been talking about. But it's a case of... The easy one that I can point to with a scene like it is like, say... Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings. Everybody like points out exactly what the good guy's position is, what the bad guy's position is, what exactly entails one side winning and one side losing, sort of thing. It's a general lay of the land scene, which it does decently well in the case of we need to stop Victor from getting to the Hex Gates.
Right.
The thing, this is only a thing that I personally have a problem with, mostly because I like the starts of battle scenes. Again, Helm's Deep, I am an absolute simp for someone just saying, so it begins, and just battle begins. But later we go to the next scene, which we're showing right eventually here.
Yeah,
we
it's
effectually
cutting in.
skip. We in medias res cut into Vi carrying someone in the middle of the battle, and I'm going to put this for General to bring up later. So like Noxus is already basically in the city. They're invading, they're crashing in, all this other stuff. I'm putting this for General. Piltover has cannons and naval defenses. What happened to those?
Well, considering how Noxus has had, run roughshod in control, it's possible that they've procured those cannons for themselves.
True. I was like, you can throw it on or do nothing with it, but that like bit where it's Silco talking to Jace in season 1, there are like defenses against the sea, and it could just be me, but I am not a huge fan of the fact that they threw us like functionally in the middle of the battle where they're already like pushing forward infantry wise.
I have mixed feelings on it. I'm not. It's not like, for me, it's not really a huge issue. Mainly this the logistics of the fight really stick out to me more. Really,
I was gonna say there's something about the fight that comes off as kind of limp to me, and I don't know how to describe it, but I think it does. It part of it is definitely that we had to cut in the middle of it. We had to like jump right to the center of it instead of letting it like the natural ebb and flow build for us. Like I didn't understand any of the logistics of what was going on. I didn't really get where everyone was. Like, okay, we have the tower with the hex cannon. Fine. We have the main gates. We've got tower where Caitlyn is. Mm-hmm. That's really about it, but I don't know the map of this complex. I have no like understanding of where everything is in relation to one.
We've got Noxus pushing up the main like thoroughfare / bridge, and they're using artillery to fire from their ships. And there are several people that have pointed out, both on Reddit and YouTube, of just like, oh, the rail cannons functionally don't do that much, and the Noxian crossbowmen are really good against the enforcers, but the guns aren't really good against the Noxian steel.
I'm okay with this, honestly.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, okay, guys, we all saw the attack where the Noxian spears turned the Shimmer monsters into, like,
Noxians
paste.
are fucking scary.
They're horrifyingly
100%.
scary. The thing that I personally have an issue with as an overall lore deep diver, again, I'm sorry, you're on our League of Legends. I will get my death later. It's this case of one general decides to bring her warships and she can take over Piltover.
Are we going back into the logistics of Noxus just letting this fucking happen?
That's actually not what I was going into. It was just the fact that a single Noxian general with her forces could take Piltover. It comes into the effect of, so it's this easy for Noxus to take over.
Why haven't they?
Exactly. That it's a overall lore question.
Okay, that's a good
something
question.
that doesn't overall have an issue with Arcane, but it's one of those things that this particular battle brings up. Because Noxus has a lot of generals, and they have a lot of people. And Mbessa, while being a champion, is not even close to the most important Noxian general.
I will compliment, though, like, I like the idea that they have armor that is effectively able to stop bullets, because once you introduce firearms into a fantasy setting, accounting for them
then that just gets
is like really important.
A complete stop.
Well, the thing that I actually am perfect, like a lot of people were complaining about this. I personally had no issue because, like, guys, remember the main enemy that Noxus faces is Demacia, and they have, frankly, all of the crazy like anime level bullshit for the protagonist side. Like, and they're still fighting on par with them. So having them have thick shields that can block bullets, sort of thing, perfectly understandable.
Okay, but do they have a Hammer of God system that they can pull out of their pocket at any moment?
Yes, actually.
Oh my god!
Shut the fuck up!
Damn.
No, no.
So I'll make it worse actually. Several actually.
Oh my lord!
Look, the Demacia versus Noxus conflict is the real MC versus villains of legal lore overall. At the end of the day, the biggest thing with Piltover in Zon actually is the fact that Ekko is chosen by one of the world runes, and Zon is one of the main strongholds for the Void.
But Nox just has all the cool shit.
Noxus has 90% of the cool shit. Okay,
They're
so
like
much
the
cool shit.
Uchiha. They get all the good stuff.
They're basically the Uchiha, yes.
But
yeah, I can't deny that.
This is a relatively even fight. I know there are people that have complained about firearms not being able to pierce armor, and it's like, it's magic armor. Like, the Noxians have used magic so prolifically in, like, terms of magical artifacts and items. Like, even if it wasn't itself enchanted, but it was instead crafted magically. Like, I don't know. People...
Listen, their armor is +3. Don't worry about it.
Well, the thing that I actually point out is actually that how many of you seen The Last Samurai?
No.
This
It's
is a
on my
weird
list,
thing.
unfortunately.
Well, there's one scene where Tom Cruise points out because one guy is like, you have people that are using bow and arrows, and Tom Cruise points out whose sole job for the last several hundred years has been war. That's Noxus. Their sole commitment as an economy/nation has been war.
That is actually something, although it doesn't really apply the most here because they're using crossbows, which are much slower, but bows for a long period of time were able to outspeed any kind of firearm. Like, they had a lot of advantages.
Well, as we see later, actually, in this particular scene, the people who have crossbows, they pop up from behind the shield wall and throw crossbow bolts, and then the shield wall keeps advancing. So,
yeah, they have good tactics too. So it's like there's a lot going on here, and evidently, Piltover's police are not built for military action. There is a distinction that needs to be made.
Yeah, and the only thing that people have brought up that I kind of would like to fully bring up is the fact that Mel is in a a supervisor/tactician role when
her biggest yield is she has magic energy now.
Yeah, she has shields that she can pop up. Having her being in the midline is probably better. You can argue that there's a misallocation of resources, but that comes from the fact that we are in medias res hitting the middle of this particular battle. There's so much to explain from the beginning to this point that you can sort of shake around, and that's my issue.
She was actually out there. She wiped out the first 5 waves, but then she's like, I'm tired now.
I mean, she hits her W and she's fine. Holy fuck. She's still the best champion, by the way.
Decided to go... Oh, she really is? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, no, not even close. Not even fucking close.
Wait a fucking minute.
Even with nerfs.
They nerfed her several times. She still remains. All hail the queen of the W. Sorry.
Where are they firing at her from?
The ships, actually. It's, the ships all have artillery and...
Because the
you mean
bolts
Vi,
are
right?
going past her from behind. And there's a big-ass tower right there. I guess there are people chasing them behind them. I don't know why the Noxians would be firing on the tower that they have to go up to try and get to the top layer.
They're trying to shoot Vi because she's...
Well, I mean, where are they coming from? Are they coming up the... It's just, logistically, there's a lot of mess in here.
Okay, my question of logistics doesn't happen until a little bit later, and, Vi gets...
Raymond be nitpicking again.
Gets a... Grunt?
Gert.
I can't remember her name. Gert.
Gunt.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just going to call her Gunt.
You have no idea how many names I go through when I look at league names and my dyslexia,
but you chose the word Gunt, which actually has a meaning.
Anyway, also another thing that I really like, they retrofitted the Hextech stuff to be rail cannons, and they're shooting shipping containers, and that's really
awesome.
cool. That's fucking amazing. Like, the Noxian soldiers are playing Angry Birds in real life.
Oh, I get it, because the enforcers are pigs.
Yeah, no, I get it, yeah. Is that like punting? Is that like punting a gun? Kinda. So the thing that I have with the allocation of resources is that Lore/shield guy is the one on the rail cannon.
That's a good question. Why is he the one on the cannon? He's not exactly well ranged.
I feel like this might be weird, but I kind of wanted Caitlyn to be the one manning the rail cannon, if that makes sense.
To be fair,
see, if they start shooting at him, he can just put his shield up.
Okay,
That's
you know what?
On the...
That's fair. That's fair, actually. You know what, Fatman? As you were, sir.
No, I mean, the joke was that he doesn't do that.
I was about to say.
I was getting to that later. Come on. But I like.
It does seem like they should put their best marksman on the thing.
Yeah, I get it. He's a known character. He's on the biggest gun, for lack of a better term. But his overall,
I was gonna say, your physical size doesn't fucking matter to man a rail.
Exactly. Well, the thing that comes up is that there's a whole mission of like putting the bomb on the Victor egg. I feel like him being the one to push it and him being the one to carry the bomb would make a bit more sense instead of Caitlyn.
Yeah, and Fish Guy. The Fish Guy should have been the Deadeye up here.
100%.
Fish Eye. Fish Eye?
Fish Eye.
Fish Eye.
I'm going to leave right now. I feel bad.
Oh dear.
No. Oh God, is this the Battle of Winterfell all over again?
God, no.
Not.
Holy shit.
No,
it is not. It is not. It is not. It is not.
Like,
the thing about
if this were the Battle of Winterfell, if this were the Battle of Winterfell, all right, they would have the hex cannons arranged in the front lines on the ground floor.
You have
pointed
no idea
at their fucking ships, and they would
You have
only
no idea,
fire
man.
them once.
It would also be nighttime, and we would not see anything half the time.
Yeah, the biggest thing that you can say about Piltover's defense against Noxian, and frankly Noxian as well, is that it feels like a strange allocation of resources for the different characters. Like, Shieldman being on the front lines, being the one to say, and fire, like being the fire commander of the infantry, Caitlyn being the one on the railgun, yada yada, and Vi being the one to say, push forward with the bomb.
God, I just saw it. Eric Roman, do not bring up that fucking song ever again. Oh
no.
Oh, I fucking hate that song. It just...
Imagine Dragons Warriors. Oh! Wow, Eric.
Okay,
Warriors.
So fun fact, there's a manhwa that I love. It's a horror manhwa called Home Sweet Home, or just Sweet Home.
You watched Sweet Home?
I read Sweet Home, and then I watched Sweet Home, and I despise the live action adaptation of that show. It is such a betrayal of the original. It adds things that don't need to be there and don't contribute much at all. It actively ruins several major character beats. It turns the girl into basically just a love interest. Twy would fucking hate it.
Yeah, she would.
Oh yeah, totally.
It completely veered off in a completely random direction from what the original ending was supposed to be, which I think at the time it wasn't. Wild. No, it was finished by that time. They knew what was going to fucking happen, and they decided to go with a sequel tease. They killed off one of the best characters unceremoniously, and then replaced him with like a monster that possesses him, like is wearing him as a skin suit.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Oh yeah, you know the police officer, the badass police.
Yeah.
You know how he gets killed and possessed?
Fuck, no way.
No, actually.
Yeah,
I
in the show, he gets killed and possessed by the asshole mutant that was in the biker gang that rolled up.
That's fucking lame.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, the biker gang rolls up, and within like 20 minutes, all of them but that guy are dead.
What?
Instead of it being a long, drawn-out survival situation with two opposing groups living in the same building. Yeah, after the halfway mark, that fucking show does not understand what Sweet Home was about.
Mm-hmm.
You see, this is what live action
and through it all, the reason we started on this, through it all, every time someone did anything tiny that could be perceived as epic or cool, they would slow-mo the shit out of it and hammer on Imagine Dragons Warrior. Once, it was fine. Twice, all right, kind of get on my nerves. 3 times, you're pushing your fucking luck. 4 times, you're annoying me. 5 times, I'm not even going to stop. 12 times, every episode, I'm pretty sure, had a moment like that. And I was so fucking sick. I think there was one that actually had 2 within the span of like 10 minutes of each other. It was so fucking awful. God, I hate that show.
I forgot that Manhwa had a live action adaptation, but I'm glad I didn't watch that.
Yeah, the manhwa's great. Everyone go read Sweet Home.
Manhwa's fantastic.
Live action soul leveling is about to go really hard, I feel.
Oh.
That's a what?
Is that the one? Is that the one that the Abridged always does the Sweet Home Alabama jokes? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that one.
All right. If they do a live action adaptation, they should just integrate those jokes.
The Abridged is called Sister Leveling.
Yeah, Sister Leveling, also known as Diddy Leveling, also now known as Demon Leveling.
It's like, I told you we're not sleeping together. New mission acquired. Oh god, no. Sweet Home Alabama. I reject mission. This mission cannot be rejected. I'm not gonna do it. It's like, failing this mission will end in death.
Immediate death.
God,
chugs of beer. Nobody can
later he has the exact same thing where like Diddy leveling, and it says rejecting this mission will result in death. His response,
I will
screaming,
take death. That's a joke, YouTube. That's a joke. I'm quoting.
Yeah, 100%. We are all quoting. But regardless, we are in the midst of this war. Fuck, I remember her.
Gert.
Forgot her name again. Gert, thank you. Gert just dies as everyone is holding the line against the Noxians, and an enforcer pulls Vi away because, 1, she's one of the best fighters, and 2, Mbessa is about to start her kill streak, and she has both her W and her Q ready, so frankly, the enforcer line has nothing.
This is by far one of my favorite kinds of weapons. Bladed, like, I love the idea of turning the hook shot from Legend of Zelda into a weapon. It's like one of my favorite designs.
It gives me Kusari Gama, like Scorpion's like chain
It has
knife.
a little bit of that going. It has a little bit of Kratos going on.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Yogurt?
Her name is not Yogurt.
What?
It is Gert.
Okay, regardless,
Well, is Gert a nickname for yogurt?
I have no idea.
But, no, it's because it freaking Powder says yogurt when she's going to try and get her attention.
Oh my god.
Yo,
Wait, was that the entire reason they named her Gert was for that joke?
Oh my god.
Maybe.
Fucking hell.
I'm leaving, actually. My god, that's so obvious now, I feels.
We'll take our glorious evolution somewhere else.
But several people are just like, oh, if someone with a gun was able to hit Mbessa from like the top of her head and everything, she wouldn't be able to do this crazy glory kill and take out the enforcer line. And the only reason she's saved is because she has a specific item from League. Actually, by the way, the runes on her arm is actually a item from League. They discontinued it, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a ability that you absorb magic and then you deal damage back to the magic user. It's basically a anti-assassin ability to keep you pushing forward. It's a real thing. It starts with a K. I'll get the exact name. My apologies.
But basically, we watch as Caitlyn tries to hit her with this fucking decked out rifle railgun, which is so goddamn cool.
Yeah.
I want 12.
No, we need 100 to give to the 100 people find the freaking gorilla, okay?
Okay, if you think you need more than one of these to take down a gorilla, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay.
I want 12 because they're cool. I don't need 12. I just need one to kill the gorilla.
All right, let's make it 100 of these to kill 10,000 gorillas.
If anything, I would 100 men versus the gorilla. I give the gorilla this and see what happens.
True. This will be his coconut gun.
So Mbessa tanks a shot. It's cool. It's a dope moment. How did Mbessa know?
I guess the best way to describe it would be the fact that Mbessa is skilled.
I'm seeing it now visually. You can actually tell that there is an aura around her that's guard. Like, okay, now I understand.
Yeah, the thing that I was going for it was that you can tell that one, Mbessa has the skills and is this physically capable to, like, basically bring her arm up of this particular shot. But also, the runes do protect her, and this is a Hextech gun, so.
Yeah, but she didn't even seem aware it happened, so it must have been automatic.
Yeah, I was like, it has to be the runes just automatically protected her, which goes towards these runes are fucking powerful.
It's a Kandek Rukon.
Okay. But basically, she raises her arm, and I love the detail now because I'm only just realizing it. The bullet still pierces through. Like, it absorbs the energy, but the bullet still gets through, but she's now able to defend herself because it momentarily stopped it until it broke through. That's dope.
I'll put it in the chat real quick.
Like it diverted its course just because it absorbed so much of the energy.
Yeah, it's runes that Noxians carves into their weapons to make them more powerful. For Arcane, they are something that keep everything together. For League of Legends, it gives a lot of magic resistance, a lot of health, and a lot of regeneration. It's 100% a tank weapon that you give to your tanks, which personally I think fits perfectly
with Mbessa.
She tank?
I think she's a she's a mix of tank and assassin, which is the case of she's a frontliner.
She's an ass tank.
Yes, correct. But
which is how most of the fandom views her in fan art.
Where are the regular guns? They will be infinitely more effective than the magic guns right now. It's.
I actually presume that the magic actually goes beyond. I think it's like kinetic force, effectively. I think there's like a.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me considering the rarity of these particular runes. Like, they are something that you can buy normally in League of Legends, but at the same time, we only see Rorik having these runes, and then they're transferred on to
I also have an interesting question, which is how powerful are
Rictus.
Rictus is pretty powerful, but what I'm saying is
Rictus, yes.
How powerful are the actual cartridges of the rifles and pistols that are used in Piltover? Because
they are standard rifle rounds from what we can see, which
that can be anything. Like, it could be like a 22, like a version of a 22, which isn't.
My guess is a 22.
Because it could be that they're just not that powerful of rifle rounds because they haven't figured out the technology and how to use higher grade ammunition.
Like, people aren't walking around with 30-06 rifles.
Yeah, we're not going with, there's no M16 5.26 or whatever.
But you can tell that Caitlyn with the railgun ammo is rocking a better version.
Also, I'll be right back.
And
you guys
It's actually something that I kind of wanted to put to the panel. Did Jace make a new railgun rifle for Caitlyn, or did she like retrofit something?
Yeah,
Maybe
know.
that's what he was doing instead of dismantling the hex core.
yeah, that's probably what he was doing.
You know what, Fatman? How dare you make sense? How dare you, sir?
I imagine
Every once
like
in a
Now
while.
canon. That's canon.
I
now.
imagine a conversation between or an argument between Kate and and Jace being like, Jace, this is more important. Like if we do this, we can stop Victor. And he's just like, yeah, but railgun though. And she's actually considering it. It's like she's thinking like the scene from
it was such a
Futurama.
very hard choice.
No, it can't just be a kinetic thing because Rictus used them against Amara, and later on, it's implied that those runes protect her against magic powers. It's I 100% agree with you, Ryan. It's the issue that Arcane bleeds both magic defense and physical defense in a lot of cases, and we don't see enough of people firing normal rounds against Mbessa in particular while she has that runes as well as Rictus. So we can't really gauge the defensiveness of things with just normal non-hex weaponry, because when Jinx attacks Rictus in episode 6, he's able to use the runes to defend himself against the Hextech gun that Jinx has. I'm trying my best to describe it, but we only have them defending against hex weaponry, so yeah, you can make the argument that if you shot them with, like, say, a normal gun, they'd be dead. At the same time, though, there's enough to have them work with both.
Rock,
Does that
paper,
make sense?
scissors is a very hard concept to explain
Okay.
in an 18 episode series.
Okay. Can you explain it better? Because I feel like I'm stupid right now.
No, I mean, like, okay, mechanically, in terms of like a video game, if you have like, okay, this defends against magic, but not against physical, and it's just like, okay, that works mechanically, but like,
Right.
when you're in a show, it's like, okay, this is the stronger thing. If it works against the stronger thing, then it must work against everything weaker, and that's more intuitive to explain to. Like an audience.
Yeah, Atriox
might
says,
not work.
That's where my headcanon person.
Atriox says, but we don't know if they have runes to protect against any projectile attacks. That's an argument, and you can put that forward. The issue with it is that they skip it over. So yes, it's a possible like silver bullet, for lack of a better term, but they don't give a yes. I made that joke in particular. They don't give an example of it, so keep that in your back pocket, and you can keep that as a problem. Personally, if the season was longer, given an example of a normal weapon being blocked by the rune shields, that would cause that would solve all this issue.
I would keep it in. I'd say it's inconclusive because I don't know if there are many points during this fight in particular, especially where that would be useful. But you know,
the XP is protecting Mbessa. That is correct, actually. She gets a health boost.
It sort of reminds me of the shields from Dune, where the shields from Dune can block a fast strike, but if you move slowly, you can just like cut right through them.
Yeah,
and that's like, you know, how they put the skill cap on different people. It's just like, oh, you've mastered the slow cut, and this is all things moving fast just bounce off. But when it is in like the fist fight that's coming up,
the difference between, say, Duncan, Idaho, and the average soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like soft body armor. Yeah, no, that's there. It's an example would be helpful, but I don't think it's necessary, and I think everyone else in the panel agrees that it's not entirely necessary because we can all run on the logic that, say, Fatman came. Like, if it blocks Hextech weaponry, then logic dictates it can block pretty much anything else.
Weaker. Yeah. It's also kind of like Star Trek First Contact, where a Tommy gun will kill a Borg, but the phasers won't.
Excuse you?
Yeah, no, it's one of the best moments where like they go into the holodeck. They get hologram in freaking Tommy guns, take the safety off, and then just gun down a bunch of Borg in like.
That's so funny.
It's great.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Wait, how does that work when your lasers don't?" It's like it's because they don't work on projectile weapons.
It's my favorite moment in actually modern Doctor Who for the 11th Doctor. There's an enemy called the Silence that says, we have ruled this world before, you have invented the wheel, we have no need for weapons. And then the person says, yeah, and then he just shoots him in the face and says, welcome to America.
Yeah, we've invented a lot of stuff since the wheel, guys.
Well, I mean, isn't that like a famous Buffy moment where it's like,
like
Borak cannot die by any weapon made by mortal
forged
man.
by
It's like,
man. This was forged by a machine.
I am no man.
It was
I haven't,
anti-tank rocket.
I haven't watched Buffy. I need to watch it, honestly.
Yeah, me too. Holy shit!
It's been a
Dude,
very
we can
long
group
time.
Watch that.
Same. Buffy
The last
and
time that I
Angel
watched
are
Buffy, it was
really
still on TV.
Oh yeah.
The only thing that I remember from watching Buffy on TV is that is Buffy walking into a crypt and pushing a vampire back into the like grave. That's all I remember.
So basically the fight is progressing, and now we're at the next stage in the advance. We've reached the siege bar properly, and now they can unleash their next big bad, which is Chonky Man. I don't take it this is supposed to be Rictus. People say this is supposed to be Rictus, but I don't think so. I think it's just a random...
No, it's a random Noxus on Shimmer.
Yeah. Which is a choice, but basically it's the Hulk, and he's dragging the Goon Sphere. He's dragging the... He's dragging the writer's diversion, because everyone says, oh, this is totally what... Victor is in. This is totally what he is, guys. It also
promised us.
I really wish the characters, because the minute I saw that, I'm like, why are they bringing this out now of all times?
Yeah.
So I don't know if looking at like the actual choreography of like when it opens, if this actually is true, but I almost wonder, is this supposed to be the thing that is carrying, or if they had intended for this thing to carry Warwick and all the other Victor zombies, but when the Victor zombies in Warwick actually appear, I don't think they're anywhere near the Goon Sphere.
The issue
I think
is
they just happen to appear at the same time that the Goon Sphere cracks open.
The Goon Sphere is entirely superfluous. Like, there's nothing in the sphere. Like, Victor is already ascended and out. It's a distraction 100%. And here we see Jace...
doing what he should have been doing like 3 hours ago.
Like, holy shit, man. You're basically just pulling out pylons.
You're pushing the off, and like, I don't know why he's not fully removing them. That'll bite him in the ass later. Like, we see they can
you can fully remove them. That's the issue.
Pull them out and chuck them.
And we see Shieldman pushing and getting everything ready to fire another rail cannon strike. And again, I really like this design. This is really cool.
It's a dope weapon.
But the thing about it is, wow, you are firing it very inopportunely, my man. And
opportunely. What do you mean?
The way that I describe it is that you fire a few times, you see that it doesn't sink the ships. Fire it on the Noxian lines that are infantry.
Oh, he's being inefficient with it. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. And next we see our boy, Loris. He takes a few arrows. Ooh. He doesn't take any to the knee, but he takes one to the neck, and he's gone. And
bury me
man,
next to Kyrie.
Honestly, yes. Honestly, yes.
Yeah.
Well,
anything but Kira.
The case with him is that, wow, you had a lot of potential. Wish we had more of you.
Quite literally, we had one really good montage with him, and that's about it.
Okay. Celestial, fuck you. Ooh, what you say?
Well, of course you do. God, I love that skit.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
like it takes out the main railgun that really is protecting everything, and then we switch to Caitlyn. And I, for one, would like to see Vi versus the shimmered up Noxian.
That would have been cool to see.
That was attacking her.
Yeah, no, that would have been cool. I mean, we actually don't get to see too much of the actual fight. We just see small snippets of it.
No,
Yeah.
it's the cutaway that pushes through. And pause here.
Yeah, yep.
But
important.
we learn later that I'm going to use the phrase "the ginger," like
derogatory.
yeah, derogatory, messes up the bomb. So I guess the best way to ask this question is like, did she dismantle the bomb before it was put into this bag, or?
Oh, she. You mean
better question?
She just dropped a nail into it.
So here's a better question. So they're telling me that she dismantled the bomb that was meant to blow up the diversionary tactic.
Whoa! What are you guys saying? She dismantled the bomb.
Well, it doesn't blow up.
She
Yeah,
just
doesn't
drops
nail
a
it.
pin in the firing device.
Yeah, in
Oh.
the bomb
not
that is
dismantled, it's
blowing
literally
up
added
the
something
diversion.
that blocks it from firing.
Sabotage. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
me seeing things wrong in the episode then.
Yeah.
Technicalities.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Mhm.
it's not technicality because dismantling takes a lot of time. This is more
Yeah,
so
no.
just I can sabotage this by just putting
That's-
a pin here. And
That's me using the wrong
Yeah,
word.
I was making
overall.
a joke, Raymond.
Can I ask why?
In-
Why was
Why
We
was-
can talk
why
about-
is making-
okay.
okay, wait.
sabotage
Why,
the
why
bomb?
was I being
Maddie
pedantic? Why was she
sabotaged
making
the
a
bomb.
joke?
No,
Or
no.
why was he making a point?
clarify?
Maddie's.
why, I'm asking
We can talk
why,
about Maddie in
why,
a second.
why was she trying to sabotage the bomb?
Maybe
Why
she
not?
didn't understand. Like you compartmentalize the plan. Maybe she knows that you have to defend this egg at all cost.
Could be.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing that there's a lot of things to talk about Maddie, but I think we should wait until
The
the
reveal.
actual moment where Ambessa says, "I warned you about the." I can't remember about the exact line of what, but it's like I
Personal
warned you about.
entanglements
Thank you.
You're right.
or professional.
We'll wait until we'll wait until that.
But yeah, this is the moment where presumably Maddie does. She did something to the bomb. Although it could have happened earlier. She was wearing it the entire time.
Late donuts, Billy Donuts.
Yay!
The thing about this is we went back on this in the misallocation of resources. This is where Loris should have been the one to push forward and put the bomb, because I don't know if I'm weird in saying this. It kind of feels weird that Caitlyn is the one pushing in the CQC levels and placing the bomb.
If I'm actually being honest, you know who really should have been on the gun, if by their understanding of things?
Yeah.
It should have been Maddie.
Ooh.
Because well, think about
Really?
it.
Why?
Maddie is like her entire thing is that she has effectively a grenade launcher. Like that's her special weapon. As opposed to Fish Boy, who has knives, and so he's more of a close range, but he's also very sharp. He seems very like sharp visually, so he'd actually be a really good spotter, I think, for Caitlyn. And Loris obviously is the tank, who would be much better on the front lines. So it's like all these different things add up to me that it should have been Maddie on the cannon, which honestly would have been way more destructive for Piltover if she had been, because friendly fire with heavy ordnance is really easy to do.
Yeah, if Maddie was on the cannon too, they probably could have made the cannon more like effective.
Yeah.
Like they could have had like decoy ships without any soldiers on them, and Maddie knew which ones those were. And she was
Ooh.
like,
They had
Well,
like
I
flags.
actually really like that.
Well, and then on
Yeah.
top of it, like she could
That'd
also
be
be
pretty dope,
misutilizing
yeah.
it, where she's like, oh, maybe she'll down the fake ship, and then she'll panic, and she'll fake panic that they're overrunning us. I'm going to aim it down towards them, and just kind of danger close everyone. And it's like it's
Take out
wasting resources that
Noxians.
could be going towards the ships.
Yeah, take out Noxians and Piltover soldiers
Yeah,
at the
which-
same time.
Noxians probably have the benefit of numbers.
Yeah.
So, thank you for
Yeah.
Timbits Nom. Yeah.
I actually do have Timbits. I bought myself a 20-pack.
Nice.
I call
Because I
him
knew
the orc.
Billy comes and gives us donuts, so I was like, I should get some donuts.
Isn't the fish guy a medic too? Yes, he is a medic.
He is. But it's the orc pulling the Victor egg, which is it's as much as I like the sort of setup in terms of tactical warfare, it is 100% there to fool the audience, not the characters.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a very weird thing.
There's really no point of it because Victor walks into the failsafe.
Like I get it. I'm just saying, like, they should notice it's really weird for them to have pulled this out now when they have not achieved victory at all. Like, why would you risk any of threat or damage coming to it? Also, I want to say, I totally want a tactical shooter game involving Fishman and his squad of 3 back here.
Why are you calling Movie Bob an orc? I know nothing. What?
Okay, I need. That's rude.
That's an insult to orcs.
Yeah, that's an insult to the orcs, man.
Let the orcs have their bonuses, my man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, freaking the orcs would bully.
Did you say they smell better?
I presume.
Okay, I can't say anything.
Anyway.
But at least you know an orc's gonna smell like shit. I have no idea what a movie bomb's gonna smell like.
Anyway, poor Loris. You could have been so much more. And like Vi sees him, which is actually the best thing for the little movie that they had with the music video and the conversations that they probably had off screen during Vi's alcohol stint, which, again, if we had more time, it would hit a lot harder, but we've rushed.
Yep, and speaking of rushing, we now have the bomb scene, where basically all these different characters try to rush in and throw bombs. This guy, what was your plan? I got so unreasonably, very reasonably angry at this guy because you could just toss it. It is an arc, good sir. It is a parabolic arc. You can just curve it over top of the rubble.
Can I, sorry.
Are you going to offer a defense for this man?
No, actually. I have my roommate comment as well as my comment was, man, so many grenades are just wondering, why, my friend? Why are you not just chucking it behind you and seeing what happens?
Yeah.
Like, but I actually, but if you can go 5 seconds back real quick. Can you pause right when an arrow hits him? So I paused right here, and I laughed for 5 minutes.
Oh,
I'll be 100% honest. It's like, it's like, bro, what were you trying to do?
I made a calculated decision, but boy, am I bad at math.
Oh, he's so bad at math. Oh no, use what is love? Oh, what is love?
Okay.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Oh my god. But everyone else throws the gray, which is something people talk about like, oh, this is actually kind of funny because Caitlin's used to gassing people. But at the same time, utilizing the gray as like gas grenades, how dare you use this meme? How fuck it! I'm trying to make a point, Celtic.
Okay, all right.
Using the gray as gas grenades is perfectly reasonable and really good. But Celtic is making a really good meme.
I'm actually right there with you though. The using the gray as a chemical weapon that maintains itself as a plot point, and I love that. That's a good choice.
You know, actually, I want to complain about that for a second.
You?
Because
Yes.
remember in
You can say
episode
sometimes.
3 when Jinx vented the whole underground and it all like spat out onto the surface and then it all dissipated before anyone even noticed. Like I thought that was the point of that whole plot point. So now they're using it on the surface. It's like did they make denser gray so that it stays around, in well-ventilated areas?
That's fair. That I'm right there with you. Actually, that's true.
I mean, that whole plot line just kind of got.
Well,
I really liked that scene from that earlier episode.
I do like.
I think part of that is like you're also venting it out where you have air in order to dissipate it, whereas like maybe it would be ineffectual if you have a windy day during the battle, but if there's no real wind there, then it will probably stick around.
I was gonna say gas grenades are they pack a lot of gas in them. They are surprisingly densely packed containers. They can go for a fairly long time, and they produce a lot of smoke. And you never want to get caught up in say any kind of riot gas. It's just absolute fucking hell. What they needed enough of it in a condensed space for long enough to just irritate people. That's all it's needed to do. Also provide cover, which honestly, I think tactically speaking, probably harms them more than anything, considering their entire infantry is ranged. So,
well, the thing about that is that all of the enforcers do have gas masks to protect themselves from the gray. That's where I give them a bit more credit, because using the gray as a weapon is something that the enforcers are prepared for, and they do have gas masks ready for that. But now you've brought everything else, and then we have a Noxian coming in with a slash to hit Caitlyn, and she blocks it with her gun. It's I'll be 100% honest, the average Noxian is totally going to beat Caitlyn in a bench press.
Well, okay, but counterpoint, we saw her training with Mbessa. I think that's fair.
Counterpoint, Noxians.
Counterpoint, it's fucking Mbessa!
Counterpoint.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you first. You first.
No. I was just admonishing Raymond for not continuing on the counterpoint.
Yeah, how fucking dare you?
She has the power of lesbians on her side.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? I can't. So Maddie has red hair.
The LGBT buff.
Who said that Maddie had blonde hair?
Don't ask Caitlyn what she was doing in Germany during 1939 and 1945.
Oh god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Gas weapons, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
But
okay, that's more of a 1918 type deal. That's
World War One. Everyone talks about the sequel. It's
legendarily. I mean, admittedly, we can talk about a different thing that the Germans were doing, but on the warfare front, Hitler had a very, very strong anti-chemical weapon policy. He hated it because he went through it in World War One. Yeah, it's the reason he has. It's the reason he has his legendary mustache, is because that's how soldiers had to shave it to make sure the gas masks fit on your face.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, and so basically, he had an abhorrence for chemical warfare, and so that's why I don't think you ever saw the Germans implementing it. Now, there might have been some rogue ones maybe at some point, but I'm pretty sure, was it the same as Chaplin? Yeah, I don't know if Chaplin had it for the same reason, but
he didn't have it. He didn't have it for the same reason. He just liked it, and it was for the screen.
It's one of the most fascinating things I have. If you learn it to me. There's a fascination I have when it comes down to history's most horrible people, the moral stances they are willing to take on certain things.
Yeah, where their weird morality lies. Oh, I guess.
And then there's Joseph Mengele.
I guess that can also kind of be translated to the Nazis' anti-smoking campaigns.
They were huge anti-smokers.
Yeah, if Hitler hated chemical weapons, I
Yeah,
guess
and
that could
it
translate
probably
over
translated
into
to why he would
anti-smoking.
use it on the in the absolutely horrible thing that happened. We'll put it that way so the YouTube doesn't get angry at us. But the reason he would use it there is because, you know, he didn't exactly have high opinions of the people he was doing it to. So that probably,
yeah, that's it.
let's not use that song in relation
Please
to the
don't.
Sorry.
Holocaust.
Yeah.
No.
I realized it. I realized it, and then I stopped.
Here's my obligatory. I am breaking up this conversation with a movie reference because we were talking about use of gas in World War I. And Raven, what movie did I recently show you that featured that thematically?
Oh yeah, it was Little Princess.
Yeah.
Which
was Little Princess, fantastic.
Yeah, that is it's a nice wholesome little film that in the middle of it has a fucking brutal scene where a man almost dies of chemical poisoning.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's a great film, and I kind of love that just in the middle of it you see a pretty realistic rendition of the horrible quality of life in the World War I trenches.
Honestly,
it was my first introduction to the Ramayana too.
Ooh, the one that I actually point to of like, oh, this is a neat movie. Don't look at the historical context. Is probably Anastasia.
Yeah,
I was gonna make a joke like, oh yeah, Song of the South, interesting choice, my friend.
No, Anastasia unironically has some of the best music and some of the really good animation.
My minions. That's
more people should watch Anastasia personally.
Yeah, I still haven't seen that film before.
Really?
Yeah,
really, Kaiser.
You know what? I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through. Maybe it's a Team JYCT watch.
Yes, I was actually just about to suggest that we could have that for Team JYCT.
I would totally be down for an Anastasia. I have so much historical context as well as movie context for that movie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes, there's several cool
Can we
things
talk about
the
all the different ways people tried to kill Rasputin and failed?
Let's move on.
All right.
Anyway, the gassing of Noxian soldiers continues on from the initial Caitlyn arc of gassing Zon.
The gassing will continue until morale improves.
And it does not improve. But Caitlyn pushes forward. She utilizes her fucking railgun, for lack of a better term. And they're trying to put the bomb on the Victor Egg. We're going to keep calling it the Victor Egg.
It's a goose egg.
The only comments we have is the fact that the Noxian soldiers are overall decently fine with the gray, with their masks, and that they're just coughing, which you can make a comment on that. Personally, though, again, the average Noxian is somewhere between a Navy SEAL and Captain America, so as you were.
I was gonna say, like, I always took it as just sort of like tear gas, which people you can fight through. It's just horrible. It feels miserable.
Okay,
you're not gonna have a good time.
Okay, quick question. So because these weapons, does that mean that Caitlyn's family at one point made weapons out of them, or am I overthinking? I wouldn't be surprised if they made gray gas grenades, the Kiermans, but they probably didn't see use.
Well, you guys,
what I would say.
Those you guys didn't recognize? That's the flare. Those are flares.
Oh, it's like this, like the flare from
that
season
Jinx
1.
had from season 1 that she got from Vi. They're just flares packed with the gray. Yeah, it's just
that's something. No, yeah, it's different.
Yeah, that's one thing I really like. Just the many ways in which like certain technologies that we see earlier on in the show kind of come up again.
Well, what I like about it especially is that it's a retrofit in universe, but it's also a reuse of assets that's very smart in the metatextual sense.
Oh yeah,
because you create this model for a grenade. And you're like, we need tear gas grenades. Well, we could just create a grenade and throw it in there, or we already have this model for a flare. Why don't we just use that? And it's like, oh, that's great. Let's use it.
Yeah, a lot of people have been. I'm saying a lot of people, as in Reddit, but they've pointed out like, yes, please laugh. It's a funny thing in retrospect. But like, oh, they only had like a day to make these grenades. you'd be surprised what a military / a city desperate enough can make in a day. Like making gas grenades out of the gray is so. It's one of my favorite things, actually.
Yeah, the hardest part is really just wafting the gray into the Ziploc bags that you need to put into them.
Honestly, like, do you think someone just like swings it around, like you just do a serpentine motion with the plastic bag, and then you seal it up, and then you give it to someone, like, okay, we need to do that like 1,000 more times.
I mean, fairness,
Fuck.
people assume the gray is the main reason Victor is sick and that we went over this when we talked about the gray being used as a weapon. Is that I think there's a clear distinction between short-term exposure and long-term exposure when it comes down to the gray.
Victor is very much a case of long-term exposure. Yeah, you can make a comment on it.
To make a difference, like, it's the difference between having someone blow cigarette smoke into your face versus being a long-time smoker of several years, living in a house with a long-term smoker for several years.
Yeah.
You're not going to get cancer for someone blowing smoke in your face, but it is going to piss you the fuck off.
No.
The big thing about it overall is the fact that we don't know the overall short-term effects / long-term effects. So we only know the long-term effects with what the gray does. We don't know the short-term effects, so we don't have a very good gauge to give it.
I just had a great idea. All right. So you know how people were like, why didn't Vi object? If we were to fix quote unquote Arcane, the idea I had was they're positing the idea, she's resistant to it, it's more an argument, and eventually she's convinced. But she's like, I have one caveat. And the caveat is the entire squad has to sit in the gray for like half a day. Like, and she's sitting there with them. And she's like just watching them all writhe in pain and agony. And like you can have like you kind of make it a little bit fun. Like she's kind of having fun with it a bit. Like she's looking down at Caitlyn, who's like glaring up at her, but in that kind of playful, like I respect you kind of way. I don't know how to describe that. But like the idea is like, we're going to be putting people through this. I want you to understand what it's like, so we know how we're using it. I think that would be a fun and interesting scene, and it'd be great for making the characters, actually developing those extra 3 characters, Caitlyn and Vi's relationship, actually have some team building going on. It'd be just a great little moment for them.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It's just some nice, good old bonding and tear gas.
No, like Loris is the tough guy, and he like pulls Maddie through it, and as well as Fistman, like he has his arms around them, like, okay, we're fine. Let's keep going. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe out. And push forward.
No. Maddie would be the one that's fine, and Loris would be she'd be the one helping, because she's Noxian.
Ooh.
Like that would be the first hint that she's Noxian, is that she's actually completely fine with the tear gas, or at least she's more resistant to it than the other 2. You have Fish Guy, who's really having a bad time because he's a fish
I was about to say, when Ocean Man have an issue with that?
Far more
an issue, yeah.
Loris, he's putting up a good facade, but like Vi looks closely, and you can see like his lip quivering and a little tear running down his cheek. Like he's just barely keeping it together. Like you could have some fun with that scene.
I actually like that. That's a good one.
For sure, yeah.
But regardless, back to the actual show, they did put the bomb on the Victor egg, and it does not work.
You put the bomb on the Victor egg and blow it all up.
How dare you, sir?
I'm sorry, you just had that lilt to your voice.
I did.
But yeah, as we see the bomb's ticking down, and
till the morning,
we just see a simple nail has been shoved into the
Call you Victor, wake him up. Sorry.
And it's prevented it from going off, and this ends up being catastrophic, as Caitlyn and Fishman are knocked out, and basically the assault fails. And we do see briefly, as she's being knocked out, this ghostly form with white eyes, or blue-white eyes, that are Caitlyn out.
Which is the same visual that they used for everyone, the Enforcer Squad, using the gray against Zon.
Yes. Gary!
Gary?
Thank you, Sky Slasher.
Gary?
Red.
Meow.
It's red.
Oh, God damn it.
But, like,
Sorry, Pete.
I'm sorry, if it was that one, it'd be ass face.
yeah, like, Caitlyn comes to, sees all the enforcers, including Ocean Man. How dare you, Noxians, first off. But,
yeah, you fishes.
How dare you? Because I kind of wanted to say that myself.
Fuck, that's a great pun. Fuck.
Yeah, it's not good when it's on the other foot, is it?
No, it isn't.
Or
But,
in your
like,
case, the other page, I guess.
Look, I have many pages, but
I'm dying here, Raymond. These give me sedations, serotonin boost. Oh,
these
sorry.
give me serotonin
Are you
boost.
not entertained? Evidently
How dare you steal my line? Look, Celestial. As much as I mean, Kaiser is really funny. and Bessa is pushing forward and bringing the Noxian flag and the Victor Egg, and oh no, who is the one holding the railgun? Oh my God, it's Maddie! Dun dun dun!
Literally something everyone guessed at the end of like.
Everyone guessed. It's one of those things where a lot of people kind of commented on. I've seen a lot of people on Reddit is like, you know what? It's fine for like Caitlyn to cheat on Maddie with Vi in this cell because, well, Maddie is a Noxian mole, so it doesn't really matter.
But that's post hoc reasoning. It is never okay to cheat on your significant other.
Correct is where I was going with it, and as much as
I've seen some people actually use that as an argument. Like, dog, what the fuck?
That doesn't matter. That does not matter at all. And
now
as
it's
like,
okay. Not before this.
Look, a lot of people like really justifying that scene. Please don't justify it. It's one of the worst scenes in Arcane.
I love the idea of Caitlyn just looking back, seeing Maddie's betrayal, and was like, "Wait, shit, you're betraying me? Oh, thank Christ!" And she just gets up, runs. Bye. Take off your pants.
Adam Sandler movie line, dude.
Hold up.
Fat
Man,
that's the way the cheating went. Like, I mean, like, cheating is fake, but like, they think that Caitlyn cheated on Maddie.
Well, because she
okay,
was,
no, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to roll you back there.
She cheated on Vi.
Cheating is what?
Cheating is fake. Cheating is made up by the Monogamy Corporation. To sell more rent.
Nutty?
The fuck?
Okay. Oh, no.
About?
Hold on. What concept of liking a person?
Very different direction.
All right. Okay. If you like a person, do you want them to have sex if they want to, or do you want them to not have sex if they want to?
I would prefer they want to have sex with me.
No, if they would, no, it's not about you. It's about them. If they want to, would you prefer if your partner did or did not have the sex they wanted to?
We're going. That is a much more expansive conversation.
We're not going into that.
Basic question.
We're not going into that on stream and having this whole conversation.
Moving on from that.
You're a bit fucked in the head, though, Fat Man. Jesus Christ.
That's like
no.
Dwight. He's a lobster. It's just a lobster.
Rival.
No, he's fucked in the head thinking that we're going to start this whole conversation.
No, to be fair, I pushed him.
In the middle of a review.
Yeah, Rival, don't worry about that. Robbie, don't worry about that. Celestial, feel free to get confused, but we're moving on from that.
But people think that's the direction the cheating went? Caitlyn cheating on Maddie?
Yes.
Yes, because she was in a relationship. Yeah.
Like there was no formal breakup or even signs of like the fact they were even on rocky ground. Like okay, sure, there was a little bit of disinterest there, but Caitlyn had a lot on her shoulders. It wasn't like she was automatically going to be, sleeping with someone else behind her back.
I mean,
I guess
Vi
it's-
even
I
said
guess it's
that,
also-
not Vi. She even said during that scene that it's like, there is someone else, and Vi said,
Yeah.
"Oh, I don't care."
Yeah,
It's also telling that Maddie is Caitlyn's spotter up until the point where she was shooting at Mbessa, which I do have a problem with this particular scene. Maddie is perfectly fine spotting for and pushing that Caitlyn is using, for lack of a better term, railgun hextech technology to shoot on and pin down Mbessa.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. There's actually a point that I would like to talk about involving that.
Please.
But so basically, Mbessa's like, "Yeah, good job, Maddie. You did a good betrayal," and Mbessa's like, "Oh yes, this is really good technology," and then she just decides to tear it apart.
Perfectly disassembles it.
Yeah.
Yeah. How?
Yeah,
There it is.
you guys use crossbows.
I mean,
not
it's
e-
very possible. Like, you know what? It's very possible Maddie told her, like, we're going to be in this tower using this technology.
Well, I guess. Well, so wait, have they then talked before?
That's
this
a good
fight,
question.
Then, because like if they have, then like yeah, I want to like reopen my question about what the whole point of sabotaging the bomb was.
I'm not answering that, Sean. No.
Please don't. Please don't. Don't.
Okay, yeah, no. Anyway, ignoring that,
I would make a joke
one of
response,
the
but like
things-
I would just open the conversation
Oh.
again. But yeah, and Bessa then is just like, yes, salt water and tear gas.
Victory.
So
Saltwater, tear gas, and victory.
basically,
And also a Victor egg.
Victor. All
Ah!
right, well, thanks everyone for coming.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
But basically now Caitlyn is like, oh, I'm not going down that easily. She attacks Maddie, gets the rifle, and tries to get Mbessa, but Mbessa is too quick and ends up stabbing her in the gut with a punching dagger.
Remember this, by the way, because it doesn't matter for the next fight scene involving Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't.
No.
Well,
from
it
what I
does, but it
remember-
doesn't.
Okay,
It does.
it
I
does
think it
in a
matters.
It
doesn't-
doesn't matter for the fight. It matters for the final blow.
okay, so
Oh, so
We'll-
the
we'll-
final
we'll
blow is
get
just
to-
not part of the fight. If you
actually,
want to
no. We'll get to a particular point, but
It matters
yes,
for
you
Mbessa, not for Caitlyn.
okay.
It's
So
literally the most important thing in the fight, but it doesn't matter if you want to.
you know, like
The
Let me
injury
get to
doesn't
it.
matter.
Okay, well, yeah.
Let me
Let's
get to it.
clarify. It's the injury in particular
Yeah,
that we're
it's,
talking about.
that is correct. It's the injury in particular. The blade is very important, but let's be 100% honest. Let's put an inch of metal in our stomach. Are we able to do a lot of physical stuff after that?
If I'm Tetsuo the Iron Man, yes. Otherwise, no.
It's a flesh wound.
I mean,
Sort of, yes.
I mean, keep in
Flesh
mind,
wound.
like, I
The-
like,
The thing that I
Oh,
have
God.
a real problem with the scene is that, like, yes, it's a stab in a non-fatal area where the next thing that happens is that, and I can't believe that I've seen this on Reddit and I 100% agree with it, Mel fucking Aura farms.
Yes. Well, this is a really cool moment. Like she's about to be shot in the back of the head.
she starts
execution
aura
style,
farming. She starts aura farming.
and Maddie says, "I did appreciate your warmth." Cocks the gun and fires, and we
And
see this energy field appear to block the bullet, refract it,
And pause right there. Right there. I paused right there, and unironically, I could not continue the rest of the episode for 5 minutes.
Dog, me, Twilight, and Pete were fucking dying in this scene.
I just imagine like Mel comes in, she's all epic, there's music behind her, she's about to give like a speech to her mother, and then she gets caught off by Caitlyn just saying, "Where were you the past 10 minutes?"
Yeah.
True.
So here's an interesting thing that people love pointing out is this shot that in the stylized black and white with Maddie smiling as she kills Caitlyn. I don't mind this, but it's a pet peeve. I don't like how villainous Noxus is made out to be. I get that they are a war, a war civilization. I get that.
So, change it up a bit. Not Noxus, Embessus faction.
True. Although Noxus itself hasn't been painting a great picture.
Let's move on from that, because the main focus is Embessus faction of Noxus.
Yeah, and it really
They are considered the current representatives of the country, though, in the eyes of the audience.
That's true.
So the idea here, she says, "Oh, I really did like your warmth." It feels, especially with this smile, it feels really hollow. I would have liked there to be some remorse there that she was actually stymieing, just emotionally. But
I'm going to push back against that a little bit because I kind of get the vibes of like the beheading of one of Henry VIII's wives, where the executioner respected the wife so much for being brave in the face of getting beheaded that he basically said something like, bring me my axe right before beheading her. It's a comfort thing to kind of make it so that the actual death is a little bit unexpected to give relief.
Okay, that's true, but I kind of want to think like, congratulations, we're talking about Arcane. By the way, Henry VIII's wife. Sorry.
Which is funny me since Demacia is the racist country. I mean, that's true, but
that is actually 100% true. Demacia is kind of racist against mages. They're racist against magic overall.
Yeah, Robbie. I wasn't sure. Like, I was thinking that it was Anne Boleyn, but then I second guessed myself. I shouldn't have.
I don't think it's Anne Boleyn. It's one of the others. I think Anne Boleyn was different.
Oh, if she said to me, "I'm doing this for my country," means no. I don't think so. It's just more like the vibe that I get from Maddie is that she did not at all care about Caitlyn.
The thing that changes it overall is this particular screenshot that Celtic has right now. The evil smile that Maddie has.
It's a great visual, but I think ultimately it harms the ambiguity of like whether or not there was anything genuine there. But like, I mean, again, this is just a nitpick of it. Like, and it's not even really a nitpick. It's I consider this much more of a personal taste because I think Maddie was all right in execution.
She's fine as a mole / person that was already at Noxus, and you can argue one way or another of when she became a mole for Noxus. Was she always a mole for Noxus, or did she become a mole for Noxus when Caitlyn was talking to Vi in, I believe it was episode 8, not in the cell, but when Vi woke up, if that makes sense.
Also, Maddie is doing the executioner tactic of shooting the neck. That's a good point. Interesting.
Ooh, true. Yes, that's a good thing. It's something that if we had more to go on / had more time, there'd be more for Maddie. I personally just laughed at the fact that the reflections in the light shield and the fact that Mel was aura farming had me fucking bawling, laughing.
Yeah.
That
was funny. Like I agree in regards to that stuff for Maddie. Like, I don't think, again, as you said, it's not all that bad. I think it's just in comparison to how similar characters like her were utilized and treated and framed in the previous season. It kind of gives a bit of whiplash there.
I would actually probably say that Maddie is supposed to be sort of this season's Marcus, if that makes any sense. Like, she would be the equivalent.
She's very like Adam pilled.
No, I can. Adam pilled. Adam pilled.
But I'm like, they had to make someone comically evil for the sake of, having the good guys still look like.
Oh yeah, in order to be like make it uncomplicated.
Oh.
That
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of-
I
I know.
It's
exactly.
Marcus if he had been Adam pilled. Yes.
Yes.
And I said this when she came out. You have the screenshot right here. Mel, why the fuck are you aura farming?
All warfare is based on deception, even if that just means deception of the audience.
Fatman, stop being funny, please.
When Maddie was revealed as a spy. No, the energy for her being a spy was kind of drained the more Arcane Season 2 went on.
Right.
Like the fan theories and things spinning ended up being, I think, more captivating than what we ultimately got, because they wanted more of the intrigue element, that instead of just sort of this is how a lot of things happened is because Maddie was involved.
Weirdly enough, it can be described as it happened too late to have an impact.
Yeah.
In the case that it happened at the finale, when everything was wrapping up. So of course, all the like plot threads and everything were going to be wrapped up in a neat little bow / a quick little bow. The quick little bow is where I'm pointing everything out, where we have to like figure everything out. We have to make something snap, for lack of a better term. And Maddie was the perfect character to do that. Personally, I think there should have been more time with Maddie overall.
Yeah, I think a lot of the reason why is because it's a plot device first and a character point second.
Okay, that makes sense.
And like the idea is, we don't get any meditation on her being a spy. We don't really get any meditation on Caitlyn's relationship with her, if I'm being completely honest. Like, they sleep together, but you can have a lot of different arrangements where, like,
you only really have one.
The one line we get is that she says, "I'm seeing someone." We don't really know otherwise what their dynamic is. And she at least cares enough about Maddie to try and warn Vi that, like, she is breaking a social taboo.
True. But at the same time, this particular screenshot, yes, you are the most broken champion ever. I get it. Can you stop, please? I want to play a game where you aren't broken.
Stop aura farming. We have enough fields.
No, she is so broken, it's something. No, the thing that I was going to point out about it is, before everything comes out with Jinx, is that Mel's able to activate her shield and have a perfect understanding of physics to have the bullet reflect back into Maddie behind a door, and she wasn't doing that a lot during the initial stages of the invasion.
Yeah, I was about to say I was gonna the old Team 4-star DBZ abridged scene where Caitlyn is just, "I have a fucking hole in my chest. Why didn't you block that one?" And Mel's just like, "I thought you had it." No.
But
and me is like, "Why didn't you dodge?"
Pretty much, it's one of those things of, again, we talked about it, but misallocation of resources. If Mel was, as I said, the mid-range sort of tactician of like putting up shields / saying, "Hey, this squad, go here."
It's really weird because this is treated
return.
like a huge reveal, like that she has control over her powers, and it's like, okay, cool, but like, could we have done something more with this where we actually knew that?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, she comes out, her and her mother lock eyes, and then both of them are kind of blindsided because there is a chaotic humming in the distance and music is playing, and coming around the corner is, well, Jinx's hideout. And
okay, so first thing.
Yep.
They converted Jinx's hideout into a airship. Perfectly reasonable. It was basically the engine for an airship. that you can go through. Pause here, by the way.
Okay.
Do you see the war paint on this particular airship?
Yeah, it took time to paint.
Yep, took time to paint, but at the same time, in the course of this particular airship being painted and put forward, Ekko and Jinx convince Savika and functionally the rest of Zon to push forward and attack and defend Piltover. How?
Wait a minute. It just occurred to me.
I mean, you can paint that on the way here.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think they did paint it. I'm pretty sure Isha's the one that painted most of this.
Oh,
Because she was drawing on the ground and shit in the actual base.
Yeah,
so if this
true.
is just the base, she's the one that drew it.
That is true.
She
That's
died. Okay.
That's perfectly
And
fair.
like
That's
anything
perfectly
else
fair.
that was added, like the big bunny ears on the balloon would have been added like very quickly.
Then perfectly fair, as you were. The conversation between Savika, the Firelights, and the rest of Zon, though.
That's a little.
Yeah, there is a lot of unspoken territory that we did not get to see, and Savika has not had a huge character moment since the first arc of this season.
Yeah.
As much as I like this particular scene, can you play a little bit more? Because there's a bit where like Ekko jumps off with the Firelights. They get on their hoverboards, and the fact that the air balloon in particular emits a particular dense smoke so they can push forward is very much in line with how the hoverbirds work.
Oh yeah,
The thing that I have
That's a nice touch.
Yeah.
The thing that I do like, the thing that I have an issue with, is a little bit more. Sorry. Wait until fire, yada yada, pushing forward.
Yeah, cool trailer shot.
Ekko's being a badass. I love Ekko. Like, he is my favorite character. But right here,
He's my favorite character too.
it's Savika and everyone else appearing out of smoke in the middle of the Noxian lines. How?
They came up from underground.
Excuse the fuck out of you, Celtic.
They're mole people. They've been mole people this entire time.
Look, Powder Ganger's rule does not fix this.
They airdropped from the balloon like 5 meters back before they.
Look, you see Savika, you see my fucking goat Jericho. Sorry,
Listen,
I had to say that.
It's all part of the Fortnite tie-in. You just you can't see like the big bus where they all dropped from. It's like
true.
But
you see what's his face at from the bar.
Yeah, correct. But Celtic Warlock, they walked. Fuck off, man! Like they.
Oh no, absolutely. I'm
no,
just
wait.
Poking fun.
Wait.
I have no idea.
Wait, guys. Here's the thing. They mailed themselves there.
No, Eric, it was Black Rose teleportation bullshit. Fuck you, that works, but stop, Eric. I'm going to tell you to leave the chat.
Can you imagine
Actually, don't.
Fucking Mel calling up what's her face and he's like
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc hey, you mind helping us out? Like, I need a bus.
They appear in smoke in the middle of Noxian lines and like, okay, guys, how?
They got there the same way that Mel got back to Piltover.
Stop
Shut
that.
up.
They just
Pete,
500 miles.
Pete, I like you. In fact, I think I might as go as far as saying I love you. But
Ooh, love on stream.
Damn.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Little late for that. I'm gonna have to hurt him because I'm not really into books in that way. Sorry.
oh,
He only wants you for your pages.
Yeah, I'm
God.
sorry.
Pete, I gave you so much for DMC. But sorry. Okay, so you're saying that Mel is even more broken because she still used her teleport to teleport her trooper soldiers into the base. Yeah. I mean, ults are broken like that, so don't worry about it. I heard a rumor that the final battle of season 2 was going to take place in Zon.
It should have been at the bridge.
It should have been the bridge.
Honestly, yeah.
That is where everything began and where everything should have ended. And the fact that everything was pushed to
The Hex Gate.
functionally the push point for the main citadel, like the academy. Like, I don't know where. That's the issue with this entire push. I don't know where they're pushing. Where are they?
Logistics are not. Also, I need to complain. I do not like the song choice.
I can't
I
comment.
don't remember. I don't remember the song choice.
Well, that's the problem. Is you don't. I much prefer. Like it's a French song, so that's part of the problem. Is like so you don't have a common language to latch onto.
So
Of
I'm
course.
just saying here, Celtic says the issue, it's the French.
Well, yes. But I was gonna say the technically speaking, yes, I mean, it's Fortiche. But no, my issue is it doesn't have a thematic through line for Jinx. Like, this is supposed to be like Jinx's big last moment on screen. Presumably after this, she is going to be presumed dead by the rest of Arcane's lore. Until she eventually reappears as sometime in the future to go smooch Lux and Demacia. Anyway,
Okay.
What I was gonna say is I would have preferred a reprise of Get Jinxed, so we actually get a rendition of the intro cinematic for her that we got years ago.
Oh yeah.
That would have been a great, like, a recreation of that, or like a rough recreation of that using
Like
that
Get
song.
Jinxed?
Yeah, Get Jinxed.
The thing that actually Shamful Dog says, we'll bring up the Mac from the actual game, and maybe we can figure out where they're actually pushing. Sort of, but at the same time, they didn't make the bridge an actual like map in LoL, which is one of the biggest things that I have an issue with. They didn't make that
in the game.
Yeah, they didn't.
I thought
The
they
bridge.
did.
No, the bridge is not a like single lane map.
It's not
It's
a
not.
single lane map, or it's not like a map at all. Because I could have sworn I've seen gameplay of the bridge.
It's different maps. Like there's my apologies. Like a single lane map of the bridge does not exist.
Okay, but a map does exist. It's just not.
The map itself, I don't think exists of the bridge.
It is a location in different maps.
Correct.
Okay.
They made a map, but it's not one-for-one recreation, which
I see.
I for one think they should have made. It's an easy 1-1 map.
But the one that they did make was not accurate.
Correct.
Looks like it's called the Bridge of Progress. Okay.
Correct.
Anyway, nerd
But
talk
it's-
over. Back to more nerd talk.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Stop
but
nerd talking. Anyway, Ekko
back to
comes
nerd
in
talk.
because he's the fucking GOAT, and I love him
Yeah.
so much. He comes in like an absolute unit and takes out the orc, for lack of a better term.
Oh yeah.
And I have so much to talk about Ekko. Like, he is unironically one of my favorite champions, and the fact that they use the big Noxian that it was pushing the orc as cover is something simple as, like, that's easy tactics. And I love that.
Yeah, you don't usually think
Yeah,
of,
it's
oh,
good.
big thing, good cover.
Big thing to cover. This is why Ekko got 2 types of Jinx smooshes, lol. Correct.
Oh
This
my God.
is correct. Okay, so look, Ekko is so good. Like, he's so. I'll move on. Sorry, there's this particular scene where I had to
Don't.
talk about. I had
No
to
need to gush.
gush.
Yeah, are you
I have
gonna
to
give
gush
him a
about
love
Ekko later.
confession
I'll
now?
gush about Ekko later.
Yeah, later.
Right.
But
Well,
Jinx comes down and brings out her minigun, which is also a combo of her fishbone rocket launcher. And this is where I have to ask the simple question of everything with Vi was kind of on pause to stop her from getting overwhelmed by shimmer infused
went on pause
Noxians.
for her. I guess the presumption was they were going to take hostage or prisoners. Like, it'd be interesting to learn that Mbessa didn't intend to kill everyone. It's just they were in the way, and now that everyone's been freaking with what's the term? Captured, I guess. She can just be like, okay, well, we'll kill the leadership, but everyone else can just still stay alive.
I might be misremembering, but for the most part, for how Noxians work, is that they don't really take leadership. They take people who are like good fighters, so they can participate in the gladiatorial arena.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I know nothing from Eric. Replace the hex gates with Zon world runes, and it would have made more sense. Unironically, yes.
Probably, yeah.
Do you think? Wait, Shin. Okay, quick questions. Do you think Jinx is in Marvel Rivals?
What?
I think they were making a Doctor Strange joke in chat, right? That's probably why.
I think. Did I miss something?
No.
What do you think?
I mean,
yeah, I don't get it.
I can't comment.
Who do you think Jinx would be in Marvel Rivals? Like what? Are you saying that Ekko would be a good Mr. Strange, good Doctor Strange?
Well, and if
unironically,
Mr. Strange, I don't feel so good.
Jinx would actually be Iron Man.
Yes,
a lot of mobility plus an ult that hits really hard, as well as the ability to get her out in particular / really quickly.
Okay, I guess I can see that. I was just thinking more Punisher, just because gun and more gun.
Correct, but it's the big boom at the end of everything.
Fair, yeah.
But yeah, basically, Jinx rises up, starts gunning everyone down, frees her sister, who is conveniently time paused. Ekko swoops in, knocks out a bunch of guys in the room.
With the rest of the firelights that suddenly appear for this particular scene and push everything towards the better ending.
Right. And then we get Piano Boy, who actually, as everyone else is fighting, he moves Loris, mounts the rail cannon, and fires it, which I guess completes a miniature arc for him. Which
because Jin needs to start. Sorry, Jin is a joke. Overall,
if they wanted to have, because he is a sniper, right?
He's not actually. He's more of a mid-range assassin overall.
All right, so then maybe you should have picked up a rifle, like a Hextech rifle or something, instead of. Anyway, regardless, it's
entirely a meme.
Oh. Anyway, he fucking that moment, and Bessa just grabs one of her guards. Who's dead
the one guard that brings himself up to throw on a shield to protect his general. That man is gonna be memorialized in fucking song. Holy shit.
Yeah. Also, I guess if anyone wanted,
she was the one that pulled him up. He's dead.
It looks like he jumps to protect her.
Yeah. So I guess if anyone wanted proof that Bessa's freaking rune thingies can't protect against regular guns, I guess
you're right.
It is.
It is him. Okay. I stand corrected.
And we see Fishman being protected and Mel using her magic to obviously fuck up a lot of Noxians, because let's be 100% honest, Mel is probably the strongest person on the good guys team, and I use good guys in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this guy, he uses the hex gate, the hex cannon, loads it up, big fat... Basically, we have a little bit of tension here as the Chungus here gets in the way, but Vi takes care of him.
Yeah.
And he gets fired with it, which is awesome.
I mean,
I forgot about
Vi,
part, yeah.
Vi uses a left-right good night against him, which I am here for.
Yeah.
And it hits the Victor Egg, and congratulations, we've beaten the Victor Egg. But it's kind of a situation where the writers are obviously deceiving the audience overall, because let's be 100% honest, the Victor Egg isn't used for anything. We've seen at the end of episode 8 where Victor ascends into his face-splitting new form, so he doesn't need the egg anyway. And Ambessa right here is smiling and said we've won. It's a matter.
We've kept you busy this entire time.
So be 100% honest, Mbessa, why did you bother?
Yeah, if y'all were going to fight at 2 different points anyway, and like,
and again, this
God.
is all. No, sorry, Kaiser, that was my fault. I was interrupting you. Go ahead.
No, I think you were going to go. You have very similar thought. Like, if all of this was just so that Victor could just get into the vault anyway, then like, I don't even know why you even need the egg. But
all of this. Well, yeah, it's that. There's also just the fact that, like, yeah, the good guys shouldn't even know what the egg is to begin with, as we already talked about earlier.
Yeah, there's that.
So, like, the use of it as a diversion, like this whole charge on Piltover itself is diversion enough, because if the goal really is just to get Victor to the hex gates, then all they need is to ensure that they can create a strong enough offense that all of the possible defenses for said hex gates are diverted away from there, so that way it's that much easier for Victor to reach.
You know what they should have done? They should have layered this fucking room with explosives, just in case.
Honestly, yeah.
Well, okay, hold on. You're saying that as if it isn't. You're talking about like the inside of the hex gates, or
my score? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it already kind of is. Have we forgotten about like how volatile the little hex crystals are?
Well,
yeah, it's like
yes,
its own
actually.
No, but
yes,
sorry.
actually. The series has actually.
These are hex gems.
Well, hold on, but this was all built. This is the hex gate, right? That was built before they made the hex gems.
Oh,
it has to be the little hex crystals.
You're right. It has to be the crystals.
Oh yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Although maybe there is a chance they probably swapped them out after they developed the hex crystals that are like more stable.
No, there wouldn't have been time to do that.
You sure? There's like
the
a
hex gem
9-year time skip.
The hex gem reveal happens after the 9-year time skip.
Yeah. You're right.
And it was still Heimerdinger called it still untested, so he wouldn't have permitted that.
So instead of taking these little cylinders out, really he should be taking the gems themselves out, like just putting them someplace where he can just hammer time them in the event that he's not able to do this in time before Victor arrives. Which would also A, disable the cylinders so that Victor can't just plug them back in, and B, you have a good backup plan to just blow everything to hell once Victor arrives.
And it's like, oh, we'll blow up the city. It's like, it's a preferable alternative to what I've seen. Like, honestly, annihilating the city is better than the world being taken over by whatever the hell Victor becomes. Anyway, so Victor has somehow snuck down here and just cuts his way in. And he's extra about it, so he makes like an arrow because he likes to be an airbender.
Yeah.
And he walks in with the dopest of visual upgrades. I love this design for Victor. It is so fucking cool.
Yeah, I really like it.
That's good.
As someone not familiar with, how the original interpretation of the character is, this looks awesome.
I have to comment on it because I have to utilize the Machine Herald. It's very different from the Arcane Herald and everything. That being said, though, the halo of runes around him and like the idea of somehow Victor was able to come here. Fucking who's going to stop him?
Somehow Victor returned.
The way that I would describe it is like, fucking who's going to stop him? The thing that really comes into question of like, hey, there's this godlike being trying to like push his way towards the deepest parts of Piltover. That would be like, say, all over the radios. But this design, I've come around to it. I still like the Machine Herald design more, but I like the technical aspect of things.
I would have liked
but
to have gotten the Machine Herald first, then the Arcane Herald at some point.
Yeah, like the Machine Herald being, say, one evolution before the Arcane Herald, if that makes sense.
And then he hits level 50 and evolves into this.
Yeah, that's cool. And like the whole thing where he says like, I am pleased to see you. It just like he's beyond such trivialities of war, of conflict, of everything, and like he's perfectly fine. And Jace overall is just like, there must be some part of you that is still there. To which my response is, if you thought that was the case, Why the fuck did you shoot him instead of dapping your homie up?
Yeah. I mean, we've already talked extensively about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I've sent you the meme, and I kind of want to have you put that up that I sent you, Raymond, when he hugs Victor later. I kind of want to put that up, but like Victor saying, like, I was more than I ever was, which, let's be 100% honest, he is.
Yeah. I'm trying to like get through it a little bit faster than normal because like we really linger on a lot of things, but like summarizing what's going on here. A bunch of the guards after the chaos is unfolded, they end up seeing, and this is totally why they weren't in the egg, by the way, this horrifying visual right here of all the automatons and Warwick all lined up, and now they're all pushing people against the wall to hold them and do things to them. Like the tendrils aren't coming out yet, and yet everyone's being held. Like, why is she looking up like that? I guess it's
the individual robots, like the one behind her is pulling her neck behind. You can make an argument of, and I personally am right there with it. The idea that these particular robots are grabbing people and...
No, they're doing something to them.
Yeah.
They're
I would say grabbing and ascending them.
Yeah, freaking third impact Evangelion style.
Yeah. They're all, like, right here. Pause right here.
Yep.
They're all forcing them to look at what is the sky above the Hex Gate, which is where Victor is going to put the anomaly, which I'm fine with.
Right. But yeah, people are they make short work of everyone.
Yeah. Honestly,
the robots are too powerful, too quick, too.
And well, during all this, then Bessa and Mel basically just the robots allow them to have this little showdown, and Caitlyn as well is there with them. And so basically they arrange, hey, we gotta have our boss fight before we get indoctrinated by the god cult.
Yeah, just fucking human instrumentality is underway. So this is
and Caitlyn is holding a spear, despite the fact that she has the knife in her stomach.
Yep. That's
adrenaline.
I mean, adrenaline will help you kick through it, but I don't know. Like her stomach's gonna be fucked by the end of this.
Well, the thing about it is, like, for the most part, like, yeah, adrenaline will push you forward. You're fighting Bessa, though, who is like,
No, I'm not. I wasn't saying that as like a legitimate defense.
No. I 100% get you, Twi, but like, it comes down to the fact that as much as I like Caitlyn, and I do like Caitlyn as a character overall, motherfucker, you weren't lasting 30 seconds against Bessa.
That's why she has Mel there as backup.
Even with Mel as backup.
Looks very much like the Borg in Star Trek After First Contact. I think season 7 of Voyager, or was it 8? Voyager only had 7 seasons, right?
Hold on, season 8?
Fatman, do you comment, actually? Because I don't know.
Sorry, what was the first part of that question?
It's talking about his Victor's look.
Yeah, like Victor's
mixing
look.
Mixing with the Machine Herald.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, the Borg didn't really like turn into like. I mean, I don't think there's an equivalent to the Arcane, unless you're talking about like Omega molecules, which is like, you know, like the Borg's like god myth. But that was only in one episode. That wasn't like a recurring theme for them. So I don't really think you know, the Machine Herald versus Arcane Herald was really paralleled in Voyager at all.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Wait, Caitlyn giving a spear to Bessa has got to be the dumbest thing she's done the entire series.
No.
Caitlyn giving Mbessa something?
What?
I
feel like you have the
like
aura
Caitlyn
reversed.
like letting Mbessa arm herself for this like one-on-one.
Let's be 100% honest. It doesn't matter what Caitlyn arms herself in terms of, like, say, melee weapons. Mbessa is going to destroy her.
Thinks she can handle it. I think that's kind of the big thing.
Well, Mbessa will, in fact, destroy her in
she
terms of
will.
melee combat. Like, as much as you want to say, oh, Caitlyn's been trained by Mbessa and she's really good. Again, she's been trained by Mbessa, and Mbessa has, like, 40-plus years in this, theater of war, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you think she's so dramatic, right?
I do like how Caitlyn is like, you're about to have a monologue. Fuck that! I'm gonna punch you. Shut up and fight.
Yeah, like you go back up a little bit. Like when Mel is throwing her hood back. Stop orla farming, Mel. Please stop.
Yeah.
Look, she's posing for the new Marvel movie.
Look, no, she's already. Look, she's already the best champion. I've already got a lot of issues with her. I've already gotten a lot of wins with her. Her W is still broken. Please help me.
I love how Mbessa immediately opens with a spear throw and it deflects off and just kills a dude and no one gives a shit.
Well, it's also the spear that Caitlyn just handed to her.
Yeah.
Almost, yeah. Which, like, as itself, like, as if that already wasn't kind of like a dumb enough move for you to do when you already have like a huge disadvantage. She's just like, how about no? I reject this.
Eric,
it's actually,
saying,
I think it's more so that like Caitlyn is trying to goad her into an honorable quote unquote fight that she like basically goad her into the controlled parameters of their sparring sessions to some degree. But Mbessa's like, bitch, you're not been listening. This is war.
Yep.
And Eric is just like, Caitlyn, Leroy Jenkins.
More like YOLO, if I'm being honest.
Like, look, Caitlyn.
Oh yeah, Caitlyn
got
kicked in the stab wound again. Ooh, yeah.
Like, as much as look, Caitlyn, I like you. You're a great character. You have a mage support. You ain't lasting 10 seconds against Mbessa.
Also,
it was also a
one
kick that
like Mel's outfit here is weirdly unbalanced. Like it feels like she's wearing fish gear more than it is she's wearing an actual outfit.
I would
Playboy
point that
bunny suit.
Yeah,
I would point that more towards Twy, how she feels about it. I can't comment.
I would say that I mean, I get why it's structured the way that it is. It's so that they can show off the glowing patterns on her skin and stuff. I think the main problem is that with how dark her skin is and how dark the outfit is, it kind of blends together.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, weirdly enough, the two directions you take this, either put more on or take more off to get higher contrast.
Yeah, you need a little bit of contrast there in order to make her skin stand out or make the outfit stand out a little bit more, so that it doesn't look like it's the offset balance issues that we're having here.
Eric, Mel Miranda.
Mel Medardo wants to promote her OnlyFans.
Thank you. The thing I have an issue with this entire scene with the robots going up and this entire boss fight happening is the fact that this is functionally a boss battle of like an honorable 1v1. It's not an honorable 1v1. It's a 2v1. So when things happen later, we'll talk about it. But it's not honorable, for lack of a better term. It's just two people ganging up on one person being a mage, and one person taking the like physical side of things. But moving on with Victor, everyone grabs people, and with one touch, they can control everything. And pause right here. I'm sorry for everyone who is a Warwick fan, because fuck me. That is not Warwick.
Well, I mean, technically speaking,
to be
yeah,
fair, it's literally not.
It's
Yeah,
literally an
technically
automaton.
speaking, yes, it's an automaton, but at the same time, if you were a fan of Warwick, and this is entirely meta, I'll say that as preface. This is like someone who wanted, like, say, the werewolf and everything else. This might just be me, but like, I don't care for this design.
I think it's too like sleek, especially compared to a bunch of the automatons that have a lot more like bumps and things coming off of them. Like, I feel like for his size, he doesn't have enough extra detail going on. Like, you could probably like really push like golden fur or something with him.
Robbie,
Yeah.
I can hashtag not my Warwick 100%. This is a there is a skin for Warwick like this, but he still has more of the snout, more of the werewolf type features. And Eric, look how they massacred my boy, Warwick fans. Kind of, yeah, they didn't have the like full werewolf type design. This is too, I guess, robotic. This is just me speaking meta for the Warwick fans in the game.
Right.
You speak for the Warwick fans.
I'm trying my hardest, okay? And
dude, my name is Delorax. I speak for the fur.
I was about to say that.
That's the one.
I was
gonna
gonna
make a
call
similar
him.
joke too.
I was gonna call him the Warwax.
The Warwax. Okay,
Oh.
that's better than mine. That's definitely
Basically, Vi is about to be war waxed, and Jinx swoops in to basically distract him. Who then
the power of
immediately
miniguns, Benny.
fucking jumps like 3,000 feet in the air.
Like a cannonball.
I'm fine with that. His physicality, again, we've talked about it when Warwick defended against Rictus. In terms of physical like stats and feats, Warwick is top tier in the entirety of Arcane. Right, pause right here. This is 100% the epitome of the ninja math. Thank you, Fat Man, for pointing that out for me. I appreciate that 100%. Like, here's all these Victor automatons. Look at them, like, creating like a spiral / a bridge to try and get by, and they're not able to get her.
I'm also noticing here, I think a couple of these are copy paste, which, considering that all of them have seemed unique in the past, that's kind of disappointing to see.
I think most of them are copy paste, but
it's
honestly,
a case of animation.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it's for animation. Like, you can't design every single one of them as unique. You're going to get maybe 5 or 6 designs at most in order to vary them up and make it seem like there's going to be unique bots for each
absolutely.
character.
I totally didn't. I didn't expect them to. It's just like I was tricked into thinking there was much more variety, and it's like, oh, so this.
Well, that's kind of the point.
Yeah. No,
the point is kind of to trick you into thinking that.
Like, imagine the scene with Ekko and Jace, and at the end when there's like 100 of them on screen. Like that. Oh god. That would just like double the production budget of the episode.
But
yeah.
Jesus.
But yeah, basically you have Vi and Ekko teaming up to get up and go help Jinx, who is being warlocked. What was the joke with me?
Did you say Warwick?
Warwaxed.
Look, let's be 100% honest. If Warwick was trying to use his ult and pushing against the Jinx, there's nothing that a Vi could do.
Yeah, but like, well, I don't know. Like, she seemed to have some effect on him here.
I was trying to make a joke about the game, man. Let me have this.
You can't use video game logic in TV. It doesn't work like
Local
that.
man / local book is trying his hardest to push the video game agenda, and he's just
You're trying
destroyed.
to make Here's the big problem though. You're trying to make people play League.
Here's your problem. You're trying.
Yeah. That's a losing battle if I ever heard of it.
Judge, death.
Yes, Death. I have been destroyed by the judge.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
already in
Why
the
would we
lecture
play
chair.
LOL? Why would we play LOL when Marvel Rivals exists?
Okay, that is 100% true, but at the same time, though, League is... I'm gonna stop commenting, actually. I can't. Have you guys seen Sinners? Yes, actually, I quite like it.
I have not.
Sinners.
No.
Is that like a show?
It's a vampire.
Movie.
It's a vampire horror movie. The same guys that did Black Panther with sorry, the same director that
Black
did.
Panther, Creed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the last
good.
original movie that'll ever be made.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's actually not half bad.
Okay, maybe I'll check it out.
I know nothing has been has been outed as an enabler. Excuse you?
What?
Wait, you mean like a League enabler? Because like
Yeah, I think
he
that's
hasn't
it.
convinced me to start playing. If that
Yeah,
counts.
no. I haven't convinced anyone, and frankly,
Yeah.
let's be 100% honest. I don't think I can convince anyone here to be a League player
guys,
because
you
let's
misunderstand.
be
It turns out he's just a Yang and Ruby shipper.
no.
Oh my god!
In order. Fatman, too smart. Kaiser, too busy. PeriodicPete, too smart. Celtic,
Oh, thank you.
too into Yubi. Too into Yuri. Twy, too into a completely different series. Like there's too many different things to stop people from playing
Two
League.
in there.
And frankly, like come on, guys.
I'd
Like,
rather
yes,
say Wakfu and Dofus, to be honest
that's
with you.
that's true.
Also-
Like
Also, I have a huge amount of games in my library I haven't played, so you can add the caveat. I have too many better games to play.
correct.
So I
Like,
think that's covered on you're
guys.
too busy.
You know, I
Guys.
wonder
I
what the
got
crossover
Activision
is
30.
between Time Bomb shippers and Black Sun shippers.
What's time bombing? Oh, right.
Tom
That's
is
what they
Jinx
call
and
Ekko.
Jinx and Powder,
For some
yeah,
reason, I feel like there's a lot of overlap.
Jinx and
between
Powder.
those.
Holy shit.
Powder.
I mean,
Yeah,
whoa,
okay.
whoa, whoa.
I mean,
I'm
hey, you
sorry,
know
I'm
what?
sorry.
Don't knock it till you
My
try
brain-
it.
My brain, no.
So I'm drinking Gatorade right now. I'm just like, what the fuck is in my drink?
No, Echo and Power. My bad. I'm sorry.
Ekko and
Wait,
Power.
Ekko and Powder or Ekko
Oh.
and Jinx?
Yo,
Chainsaw
Kaiser,
Man?
you're not making things better.
Wait, same difference, right?
Pete, I love you. I've been like watching your streams and they've been fantastic, but
Aw.
please say psych.
Echo, what? Echo and Powder?
No. Jinx and Powder is where we're going
Oh
for.
no, I was agreeing with Echo and Powder. I thought that's what like people were like correcting, being like, no, it's Echo and Jigs.
Which flavor of Gatorade? Because that answers so many questions. I have fruit punch, man. Sorry, Shane. Sorry, Sean.
Well, my
Kaiser's
favorite.
not being the allegations. True. Anyway.
What allegation?
No. The
Okay.
first thing that I was going to say is, Fat Man, what do you mean? Like,
Sorry,
Um,
I'm just watching her rock it out.
just keep looping that. Time Bomb is Echo and Powder?
It's Ekko and Jinx or Ekko and
It's
Powder.
Ekko and Jinx.
Yeah.
Slash
Yeah.
Powder.
So it's both, okay.
Anyway, Mel and Caitlyn begin trying to whoop Mbessa's ass. It does not go well. They get their asses handed to them.
Correct.
Yep.
And during the entirety of this scene where Caitlyn is like punching and moving, she's got a knife in her stomach.
That just got
She keeps
kicked
getting
for a
kicked.
third time. Like at some
Like,
point, that knife is just going into like her spine.
Yeah.
At this point, the knife should go through her.
It is now in the 9th layer of hell inside of her,
Like,
which is inside of Caitlyn somehow.
the push against Caitlyn and beating her up, I actually sort of like when in the case of Mbessa is the one that taught Caitlyn how to use close quarter combat, so it is perfectly reasonable for Ambessa to just destroy her. But even 2v1, Ambessa should be destroying both Kate and Mel. Let's be 100% honest.
I mean, is Mel the most broken champion, or isn't she?
She How dare you, sir? Because she is, and frankly, though, Ambessa is on her ult, which means sorry, not Ambessa. Mel can't stop her.
Damn.
Oh my gosh,
This is
Caitlyn
the powerful force, unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
It's different, but from Sean, oh my gosh, Caitlyn is Vegeta from the Omega Star from Abridged.
Oh my
I
god.
Anyway, basically to kind of sum this up, everyone's getting their asses kicked. We're at our third act low point here as Ekko tries to steer the airship into, well,
The
safety, and it ends up bashing into the clock, which the details, if you notice, it's one of the nice little details that people don't pick up on, is that the clock hands are a very distinct green color.
Yep.
And that'll come up later.
Yep. I love it, and there's something particular about these clock hands that I will praise till the end of my days. But moving on.
But then you get Victor confronting Jace, and he's talking all philosophical about, hey, you know what, it'll be better if I just make everyone into a hive mind. And Jace is like, you're not really Victor. Go back to being Victor. And he's like, I'm not Victor. He's like,
so
be Victor again, please.
So the argument that Jace uses here is kind of not the best because on paper, Victor is entirely right. His solution to everything will remove suffering. It will remove disease. It will remove pain overall. It will factually do that.
It will remove everything else, though, that is the reason why you would want to.
Correct.
Right.
But Jace does not bring that up.
Yeah.
Did he? I thought he did.
He brings up the fact that the choice and everything, and they're arguing about that, and Jace does not bring up the fact that at the end of the day, despite everything on paper that Victor pushes, there's nothing human left after Victor's ascension with the hive mind. And with his magic, he just pushes everything back into the failsafe and makes everything worthless. Like, Jace, pull those motherfucking batteries out of the hex gate, please.
Does Jason Victor know Heimerdinger is dead? I think they got bigger problems on their plate right now.
There's something different. First off, Jace has something bigger, and Victor does probably not give a shit.
Something else about this whole scene with the all the little cylinders that Jace is pulling out and Victor is putting back in. Besides the fact of why aren't you taking them out and instead just unhooking them but leaving them in still? You also have to factor in he went to the trouble of putting the two that Salo had taken out back in episode 5 and just put them back in.
Did he?
Oh fuck!
Yeah, all of the batteries of the failsafe are back in.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, by the way, we still never really figure out what it was that that Victor was going to do with those, but
yeah. More fighting. We see the effect the runes have on Mel's magic.
Again,
right?
The Kaiser something or other. My God, I keep forgetting
what
the name of those. There's a particular item in League that
it's
those
the name of the runes.
things
they
are.
have a Kai sound.
It's the runes. They're an item in League lore and / League gameplay. I keep forgetting them. And my stop is right here. Pause. So, in this particular scene, Caitlyn is going to remove the knife in her stomach / sacrifice her eye in order to take out the runes in Ambessa's arm. I'll be 100% honest. Those things are locked down, so I say how.
One good slash could take out a whole chunk of them.
All of them though?
Potentially.
Also,
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, they're heavy and made out of metal, so they would naturally.
This is me playing devil's advocate, by the way, for the chat.
Here's also the other thing to possibly consider, and maybe the shield itself could be giving some leeway in this regard. So, like, maybe you guys give me your thoughts on this. Do you think that Caitlyn could do this? Like, because she's holding back the knife with both of her hands. So, like, if she lets one of them go, then, like, that's a lot of leverage that she's losing. Do you think that, like, she could grab it quick enough and, like, cut it before it really just went straight through her face?
The only thing that I have in this particular instance of, like, Cat versus Mbessa is the fact that if you're going into right here, a case of physical, like, skill and might, Mbessa should be able to trounce Caitlyn 11 times out of 10.
Yeah,
there's a fair bit of plot armor going on a little bit.
It's a bit of plot armor, and I'm kind of able to agree with it because, like, yeah, Mel is giving her best to do it. At the same time, though, I personally think that with the runes as well as Mbessa's skill, she should be winning this fight.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of leeway that we can probably give in regards to, like, Mel's shield there. That's probably the only.
Yeah,
Kate, move your neck. Yeah, that's probably a good piece of advice.
Yeah, Kate, move your neck. That's where I'm.
That's true.
That's where I'm going for. Like, because she willingly sacrifices her eye, and right here, pause right here, with the like knife going into her slashing her eye
across the eye. So
yeah,
which not fun. So yeah, it goes across, and then she brings her arm up, and
sorry,
you can tell she hooks it.
Sorry, Sean. Is she going to get the eyeball from her mentor and now have the ability to send people into the Shadow Realm Naruto joke?
Oh my god.
So no, it's not that she cut it all the way. She did cut it, but she also hooked it. You can tell where it gets loosened, and she actually pulls on it. So I think she actually just does enough to drip it.
Yeah, it's
free.
There's a lot you can give Caitlyn here. The issue is entirely the fact that you're allowing Caitlyn to get a 1-over on Mbessa.
Also, before too much time passes and I can't make this joke anymore, Sean Fulldark, no, she's gonna get her new eyes when the Russo brothers direct season 3.
Fuck you. You activated my trap card, mother. Fuck you. I have a meta deck, tier 0 right now. I will duel you.
Oh yeah? Which game? Which game?
Master
Magic?
Duel.
I'll play If anyone plays Magic, I'll play.
And Master Duel.
Oh yeah, let's get some EDH up in here, please.
Yeah, fuck yeah, Commander, let's do it.
Hell yeah.
You and me right now.
Do you
But,
guys have Forge?
Actually, yes.
Awesome. I need to learn how to use that multiplayer.
Memes aside, like Mbessa, you fought well, child. This child would not stand much more than 10 seconds against you, and the fact that she removed all of your runes. Mbessa, baby, like, you have your ult at this point. You'll be fine.
I don't like that Caitlyn has to yell now.
Yeah, what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's kind of
so. That's what I was
weird.
Yeah. So does Caitlyn know that she has the? Or I mean, I guess maybe. Maybe
no,
Caitlyn
that was
wasn't
absolutely part of the plan. I think
it's part of the plan.
Using the
okay.
On her.
Wait. So they hold on. So they planned all this before this encounter with Mbessa?
I would not believe that Kate and Mel particularly planned this. I believe that Kate would believe that Mel has something ready.
Well, what I'm asking is, did Kate and Mel know about the anti-magic thing before? I guess like they might have talked at some point
Oh,
just
absolutely,
before?
she knew about it by that point.
Okay, but
Sean.
not when she was firing the railgun. Though.
I
Correct,
think
right?
the hope was that it would go through, and it did. It's just like it allowed Mbessa a moment to actually adjust.
Yeah,
her
to
head
just
position.
like move out the way of the direction of it.
I
Also,
don't know
what-
if like that would really be enough to. I feel like Caitlyn would want to like just swap temporarily to a regular gun, and rather than risk the possibility of a magically powered rifle possibly being useless against
that comes
a
back
weapon,
to-
a thing that blocks magic.
Well, that comes back to the thing that we talked about before with Fatman bringing it up, and also us bringing it up of this case of it's a show of the runes are able to block a particular level of something, so anything below that would be like also blocked as well. That's leeway that we can give to the show. At the same time, we've talked about it, and I do agree with you. I think they should have shown a normal rifle round going through and the runes blocking them / something where the Noxian ability to block them is.
Well, the thing is that we fucking kind of saw it earlier. Remember when fucking Jinx was shooting her minigun and that guy had to protect her?
Yeah, that like the general ability. There's more of a pronounced scene of it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. Like something that draws a little more attention, like direct attention to that.
Yeah, and Sean, also, what's up? What's up? Forget you were fighting the girl that was holding a stomach wound, and you kept kicking her in the stomach as much as Vegeta was kicked in the brain.
Can we stop making Vegeta jokes here? I'm not getting this reference exactly.
It's TFS more than anything.
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
then,
it's
I've
the
watched
TFS.
all of their stuff. I don't remember any of this.
Yeah, that was for...
TFS cooler.
Yeah.
TFS cooler.
Oh, yeah, it was
they
the
have a
cooler
huge thing where it's like,
movie.
he keeps kicking me in the dick.
Also,
Oh,
wait,
right.
you don't-
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't remember the like in the Frieza arc when he was?
It has been like half a decade since I watched Team 4 Star.
Okay, all right,
100%,
fair.
let's be 100% honest.
Fair.
While Vegeta was fighting Frieza in the Namek arc, the most memorable thing was that Frieza was saying like, "Oh, I should probably give it the Ginyu's family something, a wine or a gift basket, or maybe a gift basket with wine."
Mm.
All right.
I thought the
well,
most memorable thing from that arc was...
Although
yes,
I
fuck you, but I was talking about Vegeta versus Frieza.
Anyway, so basically, she gives the order for Mel to like unleash the Black Rose, which she takes her good damn well long time doing. Like at this point, Mbessa could have lunged forward and grabbed the fucking rocks.
Yeah, like she says like a wolf has no mercy, and she unleashes the Black Rose, and then
Domain
immediately
expansion.
LeBlanc has a domain fucking expansion.
Talking is always a free action. It's not just in JoJo.
I'm gonna stop you right there, Fat Man, because fuck you, you're right, but
Yes.
wait, well, she has to charge for her ultimate. Fuck you, Sean. You're 100% correct.
All right, can we?
I like how
I'm gonna request we actually tone down on the game references because man, we got to get fucking through this. I'm sorry.
How much of the episode is left?
We are
There's a lot.
halfway through.
I apologize.
We are 3.5 hours deep into this. We gotta kick up in the high gear here. So basically, LeBlanc gets to gloat into Mbessa's face, which
also
envious
put
position.
some other stuff in Mbessa's face.
And it does something to her. Apparently, I can just brain breaks her.
This is definitely. It hurts to know that this is someone's fetish.
Shut the fuck up! God damn it, Pete! Why? First of all, my job. Second of all, why?
Because
How
statistical
does it feel,
inevitability
Raven, to have it go back onto you now?
No, I'm
Now
actually
you're the
more
one that has to
pissed
suffer.
that I wasn't the one making the joke.
Titan. Yay, he has a point.
Yeah. 8 billion people on the planet. It's somebody out there has it.
But then Mel comes
I
in
don't
just
want
to
to be in this pocket.
basically as Mel's mother is dying. Mel comes in and is like, fuck you, LeBlanc. And LeBlanc's like, hey, wait, you're on my team. Is like, Mel's like, no, fuck you.
And again, we can't comment in particular. This is factually LeBlanc. This might be someone different. We haven't anything concrete, yada yada. But it's something to tell that Mel is, in particular, a powerful mage, and she pushes through a particular member of the Black Rose.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least 10 people have that fetish.
I don't even think it's speculation anymore. It's pretty much confirmed at this point that this is LeBlanc.
I'm just
plausible deniability, but I kind of don't like how.
Well, not with the recent
Mel
animation.
is.
Sorry, I just shouldn't keep interrupting. My bad.
I don't like how powerful Mel is. Like, the more I think about it, it feels like she's become way too OP, way too quickly.
She's if this is full LeBlanc, like, as powerful as Mel is and as cool as Mel is, you have to have the idea that she is functionally a 20 to 30-year-old fighting against someone who is centuries plus old and magic capable. Yeah. It doesn't feel right for one to overpower the other when the other is like 100 years plus their senior.
Right.
If that makes sense.
But then, yeah, Mel does her glowy thing and banishes LeBlanc away.
LeBlanc.
Yeah, the power's been inside her all along.
She banishes LeBlanc, but Mbessa still dies, by the way.
Yeah, Mbessa, well,
so,
she got brain skewered earlier.
Which it's something that I can point out / bring out to the panel. Mill was planning to like betray the Black Rose, as you were, sort of thing. But everything that happened with the Black Rose and her mother still happened. So was she just pushing through to stop this, or was she planning to let her mother basically be brain broken?
Oh, she was absolutely having, like, she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. She's having her mother killed and then also fucking the Black Rose up somehow.
Probably.
Oh, 100%. I can't wait for the Noxus show. There's so much magic bullshit that's gonna happen.
I just for whatever reason, Noxus seems like the least interesting of the locations in
I feel like this whole plot line did not do it any favors for me.
I'm biased against Noxus. There's a good 9+ champions from Noxus that I really like.
You're biased against them or for them?
No, for them. Thank you.
Yeah.
I said wrong. So they like the thing that I have is like, Mbessa's like, you are the wolf, and then in season 1 she's like, you must be the fox and the wolf. But apparently the wolf is the evolution of the fox.
And then Mel goes woof, and Mbessa dies in her arms.
Oh my God. Dude, we're going by Pokemon evolutions, okay?
At this point,
that's the final FU to her mother. Is Mbessa's last the last thing that she sees is knowing that her daughter is now a furry.
I was gonna say, like, freaking, like, Mbessa dies here, and you hear, bum 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 ba da ba ba da ba 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 da ba bum 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 bum. It's like you received however many coins.
Sean, to be fair, the book has been drinking fruit punch, and the punch is extremely strong. I've been drinking Gatorade the entire night. Trust me. Like, oh my God. I'm just bad. I'm just bad at speaking. Okay.
But yeah, we get a tender moment because Mel still loved her mom despite it. The guys all do like this moment of silence, all the different military, which is, you know.
The only joke I have with this is like, yes, you have surpassed your mother. You are the true leader of the Mandatas. You 2v1 though.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the lesson was war is war. We're killing each other. That's how this is going to work.
Also, she agreed to it.
100% just because of a joke. And this particular scene, there's a particular point where I want you to pause because it's funny. But Vi wakes up. She sees everything.
I love the detail that, like, inside the hex gate, you can stand on the walls because gravity is fucky.
Yeah. It's like crazy and everything else like that. And everything's broken because of the hex gate as well as the ship breaking in. Vi runs over to her sister, and there's a particular moment that I want you to pause on, but I think you know exactly where it is. Yes, it is.
Hi, Ekko.
It's a joke right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hi, Ekko.
This kind of shows the friendship between Vi and Ekko.
Ekko's just like, on your left.
Should we put I Know Nothing back on the shelf to let him contextualize himself? No, I have a lot more to contextualize. I'm just bad at contextualizing my thought patterns / voice.
Yeah, English.
But you're made of text.
How dare you?
You can't contextualize English.
Looks like you shouldn't. So basically, this is where we get the team up between Jinx and Vi, who are going back to back against Cyber Warwick, and it's a dope fight. It's kind of cool. Yep.
We like it.
I get the complaint that her
right
not
here,
going
right
to
here.
Ekko, but you know it's Jinx and
yeah,
Vi.
This right here, it kind of like solidifies right here. The sisters fighting with one another, they're pushing forward, but if you could go forward a little bit more. We've got Victor and Jace arguing with one another, and Jace is kind of just standing there, waiting for Ascended Victor to walk right past him.
Yeah, it's like, you have your hammer, dude. Swing it.
Yeah, hammer time.
Swing better.
Use the
Swing
cannon.
better. Swing better.
Let's
Come
have
on.
a repeat of the thing that you did earlier. You know, double tap.
Yeah.
Like, I like what Victor does with the anomaly and putting in his staff, and it's like really cool, and that like brings up gravity and everything. But like, Jace, you're trying to stop the end of the world.
Yeah, what?
Swing. Please swing.
Yeah, I do like also how he uses the laser to propel himself forward. That's a fun detail.
Oh, the fight between Victor and Jace as they ascend up the tower is really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, sorry, Eric. The fact that Cyberwork was going to have jiggle physics. Excuse you?
Excuse you?
What?
What for? Like his his like chin whisker beard?
Please explain further.
Huh?
No,
was that the legendary?
I would rather you not.
His ears? What? Like what exactly would you make jiggle?
Was that the legendary cut twerking scene?
Did he have the same twerking scene like
dude.
Venom in Marvel Rivals?
Yeah. Well, no, he does like, and then Omni-Man is just suddenly here. He's like, I taught him that.
I hate it here, bro. I hate it here.
Bomb. Okay. So yeah, we've got the sisters versus Daddy Dearest, and it's a dope fight.
And Vander is standing there, and he's posing. They see Dad, and the next bit, let's give it a bit to play. Right here, pause. This right here in the death battle community / versus community is what we call a speed blitz.
Yeah.
So I believe that Jinx will be able to like fight / work around this.
You know, react to him.
Yeah. Fuck no.
Yeah.
She's overwhelmed / working hard against base Victor / base Warwick. Right. So yeah, Vi, you're doing good, girl, but not H. Counts.
Yeah, I mean, although it's pretty clear that they are bested pretty hard.
Yeah, they are, but they
held up more. They hold up a better fight than they probably should have overall.
The thing that I would point out with it is, in terms of speed blitz, is that Victor eventually. Sorry, not Victor. I keep putting Victor and Warwick together. Thank you. Vander grabs both Jinx and Vi and gets them ready for the Ascension. it takes a bit too long when it's effortless for him.
Right.
Again, this is what happened when you take out your Doctor Strange with your Tony and Hulk. Yes, but moving on.
Yeah,
Can you guys play different games?
Yes, I play plenty of
no,
different
not you,
games.
him.
He's only played the one game ever.
Look, like
Also,
it's.
I thought we weren't going to make game references anymore because we have to move on.
Yes, Speed Blitz, yada yada.
Hey, hey, we don't count. Okay, that was the chat's fault.
No,
That is true, but,
I was needling in on I Know Nothing too because he was making a lot of jokes.
Trying.
No,
But,
you were shited earlier. I'm trying not to shide you again.
Let me joke, man. But it's a case of me saying, "Oh, sorry, try."
We don't have time.
My apologies, but I was going to say as much as I can say that this is a Speed Blitz. Again, Warwick does overpower Jinx and Vi pretty instantly.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a pretty decisive victory. Even though there's this cool moment where like the two battles briefly cross paths. It doesn't last very long. She even does this kind of goofy thing where she rides the her minigun.
Yeah,
But it doesn't get her very far.
Only thing that I have with the like Ascension and everything is like Victor's got Jace in a chokehold, which, let's be 100% honest, shippers probably like.
yeah, 100%.
The laser that Victor eventually fires at Jace which blows up the ceiling, was aimed at Jace's head. Where do you guys stand on that? Like this right here.
I mean,
yeah, this right here.
I
If
think
Jace doesn't move his head, and it blows up the ceiling, but if Jace didn't move his head,
I
that
think
would have
Victor knew that
moved
Jace
it.
would move his head.
Yeah, I think that he was just like clearing our way so he can really ascend to the highest point.
I'm playing devil's advocate for it.
I think
Okay,
That
yeah.
Victor was just fucking with them.
Or that
And was
Victor
like-
is trying to, kill the one guy who he knows can reach him.
Okay, yeah, no, I can agree
who's
with
the
that.
devil in this situation? What's
I
the
don't know.
devil saying?
Well, it's
Yeah.
with what we know about future Victor, like killing
Yeah.
Jace would let Victor ascend overall. So
right.
Right. I see what you mean. Okay.
So we get the final major confrontation. We get all the creepy shot of all the different bots staring at him. And
yeah, and Calm Susser Todd is playing in the background.
Also it'd be Kom Sussertod.
That's Come Sweet Death for the rest of you.
Kom Sussertod, which it's Deutsch. And so basically he unleashes the anomaly and starts doing the tendril magic, which bursts into this beautiful, like the entire finale is just gorgeous. It creates all these beautiful like decals on the buildings by warping them with space. Everyone gets brained. The guys are standing around like, oh man, this is a cool thing. We got to see our leader die. It was really neat watching this fight. And they just get brain sucked.
Oh.
And yeah, everyone's elevated, blah, 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 blah. Jinx I love how Jinx fucking dodges it, like, on reflex. That's great. But it doesn't really matter. She's held down by Warwick, and they both get the suck. I think the only person to not get it... What?
Wait.
Is...
Keep going.
Is Ekko?
Yeah.
Yep, wait for it. There's a particular scene that I'm waiting for.
There's the clock blades.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there were 3 that went into at like 30 minutes 35 seconds just before they start to reach out for Jinx and Vi. You see that 3 of them enter the room.
Right here. Yeah, that if you slow down that bit right before Jinx is grabbed.
1, 2. Where's the third? I'm not seeing it.
There is 3. I can confirm with
I can even I got it up on my screen. I can like snapshot it for you. Give me a second. It's at 30 minutes 35 seconds, but like my MKV file might be.
Oh, you're right.
I mean
it.
my
Yep, I got it. Yep,
Gotcha.
I see it with the.
Yep.
There is 3 there, and as much as I do like Jinx dodging it, with the 3, we have a conversation to talk about specifically later, though.
Do you think
think.
that if it misses, they dissipate? And the third one had to go to Jinx instead? And that actually makes sense, because if by Ekko convincing Jinx and that third one missing Jinx and having to mean the second one has to go to her, it preserves Ekko from getting brain blasted.
I was about to suggest that.
That's it. You first.
You go ahead.
No, you first.
So, here's the other thing. All right, let's assume that like that were the case. So there is still some sort of knowledge that 3 are needed in this location because there are 3 people who need to be jacked. So then the next question is, could he not just make another one? And would he not just make another one if it misses?
What if, but the problem is, we don't know the limitation on this. For all we know, there is some limitation to the knowledge he has about where they need to go.
We assume that, this is the point where, he will eventually just expand out to, the entire world. I just don't know why he wouldn't. Why would he only have exactly the number of tendrils as the number of people that there are to be
Everybody
tendrils?
gets one.
That's the other thing is, if he has only exactly this many, what if, one less person died in the fight and they're just without a tendril? Is that just it?
To help,
if you think about the number of fatalities, we had exactly the number of, if we're assuming that he is incapable of creating another one, it means that we had exactly the number of fatalities in the fight that no more tendrils can be provided for those alive.
To additionally help Pete out, this is the moment where Victor uses the nominee to fully ascend. This is where he becomes, for lack of a better term, future Victor, and he ascends to becoming a god. Did he just forget that Ekko was there? Was the fact that Ekko was unconscious?
He kind of
if Ekko was unconscious and he didn't get a tendril attack to him, as much as I like Ekko, as much as Ekko is the fucking goat, holy fucking shit, is he the luckiest guy ever?
He is.
My assumption that I always went with was because Ekko is essentially the X factor that allowed them, to basically win this fight later, right?
Yeah, Eric.
And I think part of it.
Sorry,
I'm pretty sure.
You first.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm how I sort of rationalize it is that the original timeline where everybody, Victor wins and we have future Victor and we start the cycle. My theory is that Ekko didn't come back to this dimension. So essentially he himself, maybe because of the Z drive or maybe just he himself has become an anomaly that the other anomaly gives him some kind of resistance to, I guess. So that's why,
to be fair, he does resist much longer being brought into the fold.
Yeah, the thing that
so that's why that's my rationalizing for it, but I do acknowledge that this is a bit of a stretch on the show's part.
It's a stretch, and there's a lot going for before and against. I was going to ask for Eric's. Ekko has his own wild rune. Not in particularly. The Z drive is something different, is what I was going to comment on.
Wait, it's not a wild rune? Okay.
Ekko, during the whole tomb, had a MC plot armor, but only to do with the future Victor was beating Ekko figured the glyph, maybe? Am I reading that right?
I'm having an aneurysm trying to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I thought it was just me.
And Ekko is simply built different. Fair.
Yeah, counter argument is Ekko is built different and yada yada. And as we get forward with everything, with the still that Raymond has had on the stream, of fucking course it's awesome that the time traveler sword is a clock hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. That is amazing. I love that so much.
It was such
I can't believe we still have that much time left.
Look, we do.
Okay. Jace, top of building, very tired. He gets brain blasted. He gets sucked into the brain anomaly, and it's really pretty. And oh my god, so much glow. And this is apparently what Victor sees. And
yeah, pause right here. This is my
desktop.
That's my desktop. Yes,
is a gorgeous, gorgeous desktop.
We didn't need to know.
Sorry, twice. Sorry, twice.
No, to be fair, he'd been building it up.
Knowing is half the battle.
It's fine.
No,
we are running out of time. We still have a third of an episode left.
But yeah, third impact is happening.
They discuss more the morality of individualism versus being part of the collective, and
thing I have to point out before Ekko comes through is the fact that Jace is just like your disease, your leg. It's a part of you, an inseparable piece of everything. It's beautiful. You don't have to you didn't have to fix it and everything. I admired that about you, which is very telling for him to say, the 6-foot-tall, conventionally handsome person who isn't affected by super cancer.
Yeah. Well, it's also, there's a meta thing about to come up, because the big theme that we learned this season is based around is there is beauty in imperfection. And,
right.
I can't help but feel like that's the Arcane writers trying to say that about season 2 a little bit.
Oh my god. Dog, they're pulling a Volume 9.
We take everything back.
Characters aren't perfect.
Season 2 of Arcane is apparently officially the smartest season of all of television.
Oh yeah.
But then outside, we've got Ekko, who is kicking his ass, kicking ass all of his way up to. Yeah, Ekko is really proficient.
I'm kicking my ass. Do you mind?
And basically every time he gets foiled, he just uses the Z drive to reset himself and get back into the game, which is great.
Right.
God damn.
I wish we got
Ekko.
to see the successful run, but with little branches every time he got knocked off.
So what you want is the movie Next with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm with Fatman on this.
I do want the movie Next with Nicolas Cage.
It's a fun film.
Ekko Headsplat. No, actually, Ekko is doing everything as best he can, and again, everything comes down to the fact that Ekko does have a time machine,
and all he has is infinite.
Okay, what I would do is I would show it the way they do here, but when it gets to the very end, I would show the trail of his path.
Of dead Echoes laying there.
Yeah, and what you would have is you have ghost images of the Echoes and the repositioned cyborgs, where they
That'd
were.
be so awesome.
Yeah.
In a freeze frame.
That's basically I just wanted to see that during the successful run, and not during the
No, I can agree to that. And
God, the camera work.
Everyone in the chat / everyone in the panel. Fucking obvious is it awesome that every time that we see Ekko being brought to heel, for lack of a better term, he's using his Z drive and pushing forward a little bit more to get to break Jace out of what is the final moment before everything breaks.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that look on Jace's face.
Look, let's be honest. He gets hit with an arcane O face. We get it. Moving on.
Do
you have any idea how long I've been waiting to make that joke?
Make the O face? Yeah, apparently.
Yes.
Why didn't you say that joke during the Vi and Caitlyn scene?
Because they wouldn't have
To
been
be fair,
funny.
we skipped over most of it because it was uncomfortable.
Because it was funnier. It's funnier here anyway. Again, he uses the Z drive over and over, but the 4 seconds just isn't enough, and
So
he
overcranks it.
Yep.
Hard.
And
He doesn't even it's not even I go to the 4 seconds. He just goes fuck it all the way.
And the funny joke that I talked about with my roommate is, well, it's perfectly fine because there's no Heimerdinger to explode here, so he can just overclock
I mean,
it.
kind of.
Yeah, the Z drive isn't racist towards Yordles, so it's fine. There's no is racist towards Yordles. I'm sorry, my bad.
But then also
racist
while
towards victors.
overclocking it, his like big windup is that he reappears in front of them and just fucking chucks the Z drive at Victor. It's like, did you know this would work?
I mean, it blew up Heimerdinger. Why wouldn't it blow up?
I mean, I guess that's fair.
I mean, Fatman is correct
I
there.
imagine that he thought that it wouldn't survive the moment, so
Throw.
he might as well use it as a bomb.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't survive the throw, sort of thing.
Well, I think he basically said, I am all out. Like, literally, there's nothing more I can do. The only thing I can is try and use this thing as an improvised explosive. And,
Yeah, like
Improvised weapon.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. And let's be 100% honest. As we see in the show, he mentions like this thing can't be sort of thing, which, like, yeah, that device can't be. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, that device is in of itself an anomaly.
Like, I get that. At the same time, though, this device was created by people that were just fucking around with hex tech stuff.
I don't think it's the construction of the device. I think it's where the device was made that's important.
Yeah.
I was about to say
The
presence of the
'cause
device
we-
in this universe.
what I was going to point out is that there's nothing to say that Victor can create something similar to the Z drive.
Debatable again,
Well,
because multiverse shit.
the
but
only-
also,
the only-
like,
The only difference is that it's the reverse of like one particular rune, as Ekko says. I'm just again playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Since you would have to repurpose the, like the hex core in his staff, so it's like there are two of them.
Oh, that would actually be pretty good.
Arcane writers being so centrist in the story about class divides sort of made me hate the topsiders, but Jason's
Let's
we'll pin that.
We'll get to that. That's
a whole conversation.
That's brought up. That's brought up later.
While Savika on the council is freeze framed. Don't worry.
Yeah, please, thank you.
But basically, this is enough to crack open
up
Victor's shell.
All it takes is one little crack right over his eye, and he doesn't need to get dapped up. He sees his mistake.
Yeah, my God, I was gonna make the joke, and I was gonna ask Raymond to bring up the meme that I had made for him on my phone.
Sorry, yeah.
No, but you're 100% correct though. It's cracked in the armor, and that sort of like brings the moment where Victor like pulls himself back. It frees Jace's mind to push him to give the full information by hugging Victor and allowing the rune that the future Victor gave him to fully take effect.
Yeah. And
yeah. All things aside, I think this moment in particular really, really works.
It works. It's entirely the setup that comes
fails
with issues.
Yeah. Arcane is a series that's filled with a bunch of really good payoffs, but the setups, like season 2 particularly, the setups needed a lot more care and love to really make them shine.
Yeah.
All I really want is my partner back, and it's just, two guys being like, hey, you know what? Fuck all this. We're ending this. That's all this is.
Let's forget the part when you shot me through the chest.
Yeah, like it's this where Jace hugs Victor, where the meme of "why didn't you dab Victor up to give him the memories" comes from.
Oh yeah. Also, this is where we learned that this was Victor the whole time. Even Jace's voice actor doesn't like how Jace's story has ended. To be fair, I thought he was going to be doing a lot of different things that he ended up not doing. I thought it was going to be a much more political story.
It's weird that it comes with a time travel part of it, where if Jace said, "Hey, you looks like," this is something that I've seen on Reddit. Jace recognizing future Victor in normal Victor of like, "Hey, you look sort of like the guy that saved me on the mountaintops, where it was like the most important day of my life, the day that I was shown magic and I was saved from the cold." You look pretty similar to that guy, and that sort of changes things here and there. But I personally am kind of like,
I don't think he would have been able. I don't think he would be able to tell that much.
Yeah, I again, devil's advocate. The thing that I have with this particular thing with Future Victor, of like, I thought I could solve everything. I could have solved all of the issues of humanity, yada yada. And and eventually realized that without choice, without human expression, I wasn't able to. Like, people couldn't live, for lack of a better term.
It's kind of the episode from Justice League Unlimited where Superman goes into the future and sees everyone's gone except for
Vandal Savage.
Vandal Savage, yeah, that was a great episode.
Yeah, the thing that goes through here is now we get to talk about a particular thing with Future Victor. So if you're able to send people back in time and do all this crazy stuff, why did you not send yourself back in time to solve this whole issue?
The funny thing is, he even sent himself back in time. That's how he started.
I feel like
he couldn't. I think the point is that Jace was the only one who could reach him.
Well, that
he had to send himself back in time to give Jace the room.
You say that at the same time, though, that comes to the fact that, is this a multiverse? And if it's a multiverse, then there's an infinite number of multiverses where someone other than Jace is able to reach Victor. There's someone other than Jace that's able to help Victor. There's someone other than Jace to fix everything.
I'm going to curb the conversation on this pretty early because I feel like there's not enough information provided to us to make any kind of like we're all stabbing in the dark here based on the information.
Yeah, you're basically kind of creating fanfiction at that point, and that's kind of.
Again, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just pushing stuff.
We don't need as many devil's advocates. We have 50 of them already.
My point is that normally,
the devil better be paying you overtime.
Normally, I am all for getting into talk about time travel and multiverses and that sort of thing. But with how Arcane handles its storytelling, there's so little information on any of this and how it all lines up together that it's just sort of like a go with the flow kind of thing. So I have to take the word that things had to play out this way. And I don't. It raises a lot of questions that aren't ever going to get answers. It's
kind of getting into the issue of like soft magic versus hard magic, but with storytelling, because like you have the two things where it's like magic is usually best according to some people when it's soft because it's not explained, whereas if you explain some stuff then you have to explain more in order for people to understand, and I feel like it's kind of a similar issue there.
It's not a bootstrap paradox.
To comment on everything in chat, everything has kind of been settled by what Twi said. There's too much to explain, and in the fact that there's too much to explain, there's a lot of wiggle room for the writers, and like creating, especially what Future Victor is and his power level, there's a lot of wiggle room to really push things forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, isn't he explaining the nature of the finite verse right now? You know?
Yes, he is 100%. Yeah. It's a case of again,
he talks a lot of abstracts.
A good chunk of my notes right now are just the fact that I've been playing devil's advocate, and then Twilight says we don't have enough devil's advocates, so I'm just going to stop talking.
don't. This is a fine
Yeah,
point.
it's
Let me
specifically
joke.
about
Let me
the-
joke. Let me
Yeah.
joke.
It's just more that like we're
It-
this is such a long topic, and I'm
It's
already dying.
this
Yeah,
particular
there's-
this
stuff
particular
about-
thing where it comes down to the fact that there's an infinite number of timelines, there's an infinite number of future victors. Why didn't
We don't even know if that's a thing, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
to continue on to that, I was going to say, why didn't Future Victor do X? Why didn't Future Victor do Y? Why didn't Future Victor push Z? Sort of thing. We don't know. There's
that's how they win. you
correct.
see.
It's a case of a multiverse being pushed but not being really explained. But with everything in the writing right now, it works overall. Yes, could there be more explanations? Could be more like
I think that you're assuming a multiverse is being pushed, and that's kind of the problem that I'm having. You're making assumptions when there's not enough explanation, as Raymond said.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
It's the episode of Rick and Morty where Rick made the divide between all of the universes where he was the smartest guy and all of the universes where he wasn't the smartest guy.
Oh my
Mhm.
god.
But no,
He
yeah,
did that for Victor too.
Yeah, that's fair. I can't comment on it. My only comment on this
That's
particular
the best line in like probably not only the whole series, but probably the last decade of television.
That's true. Yeah, I can agree with that. The only thing that I have to this is just the meme that I've pushed forward is like, why didn't Jace dab Victor up? I have a meme. I have a meme I sent to Celtic, but other than that, like that's all I have on this.
Before he could see the folly of his own ambition, he didn't want to be convinced it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
yeah.
As for like Titan, I'm so confused. That's the main thing with this entire finale is that if it was given a lot more time to breathe, there'd be a lot more to really explain slash
we could
put things
actually
in
dig
perspective.
into it if we got a little bit more, but that's
Yeah.
It's the
said
fact that it's the fact that you don't get a lot of information, that you can't really make any kind of assumption this way or that way. And that's kind of what we've been saying this whole time, is that it's kind of worthless to go into all of these different hypotheticals because there is no way to figure it out one way or the other.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna say,
like,
more so is if we were to go into hypotheticals about it, because we could, we would quite literally be here all day. Which I don't think it's gonna be worthless, but I think it would definitely be arduously time consuming, and at the end of the day, it'd
that's
be
like a stream in itself.
The note that I have for the multiverse and what I was getting to is the fact that we could argue one way or the other all day. However, you could also argue one way or the other the opposite way with how the writing is.
Let us
exactly, which is why I said that it's worthless, because we don't have the time.
And
okay, we are repeating ourselves, guys. Can we?
The final
Let's
comment
move
that I have
on.
is never mind.
Like, okay, you're talking about a hypothetical multiverse, but he says it in the scene that was just skimmed over.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
says,
Like
I solved every equation, and all that was left was the field of dreamless solitude. Like, he said he solved every equation, so obviously they're not pushing an infinite multiverse.
yeah, like
There's a finite amount of equations for him to solve, and he did it.
Yeah, again, at the end of the day, we can argue one way or the other, but it was just too short for one way or the other. And all things being equal, it's very clearly one way over the other. I don't know if I'm explaining this
part
right.
is pretty.
Well,
We already mentioned this like 5-7 minutes ago.
Stop!
But
God damn, this part is pretty.
Look, I have so many notes about this part. It's so bad.
well,
just
maybe
bad at
we
this.
should have just skipped half of the episode to just talk about the ending.
Honestly, like we're at that point. Well, okay, so effectively what happens is Jace convinces it basically through transmitting, I guess, his visions of future Victor to current Victor and convincing him, hey, what you doing kind of fucked up. Let's end this. And Jace is like, he's like, Jace, leave. get out of here. And Jace's like, no, man, we're finishing this together. Let's do the gay thing and close all this.
I mean, they do got the colors, so you know.
Yeah, they
Victor's
do.
like, but what about Mel? And he's like, dude, that's a whole other story, man.
Look, Victor,
We don't
while you
have
were
time for
gone,
that.
I was with someone. Yeah, no, they use the acceleration rune basically to short circuit everything that's going on here, and it's so powerful that it was pushing both Jace and Victor away. So basically, they have to hold each other together to let all this happen.
As far as the writer has said, that it accelerates everything together and effectively kills both Jace and Victor.
Yes, they are considered dead, which we'll see if that's.
I'll be 100% honest. I don't think it does. I 100% think Victor's going to come around.
Yeah.
Well, technically speaking, Victor is still around. It's just Rise Victor.
How dare you, sir?
True.
It's
Victor
true.
Rise.
Where did he go? Like, he was there in this universe in the past. Like, did he just like dissipate?
He just he's on vacation in Maui right now.
Yeah, probably.
But that means
Not
he's
a
still
healthy
around.
person.
He's in Maui.
Like,
They went to the alternate universe and hung out there for a couple of months, and then they came back.
And obviously, with the snapshot that Raymond has right now, fucking yes, this looks beautiful. Holy shit.
Yeah, that entire
Yeah.
sequence is
This,
just
you know what this reminds me
fantastic.
of? It reminds me of the Believe trailer for Halo 3. No, sorry, not Believe. I thought is it Believe? The where it's just panning through like a huge set of models basically set up. Oh, what's the word for it? A diorama. It's a huge diorama of a major battle that was fought during the Halo during that war, the Human Covenant.
Yeah, I know what you're
Oh, I
talking
know what you're
about.
talking
I don't
about,
remember the
yeah.
exact name of the trailer, though.
I think it's Believe. Either that or Believe is... No, that's Starry Night. Starry Night's the other one. Believe is the really, really cool diorama one.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jason Victor, they go bye-bye. They zap.
Into the rune. They suck in.
Yep. Out of existence. And all the automatons, they're dead. Ekko, somehow magically alive, because he should have probably rolled off the edge there, if I'm being honest. With the force and everything.
You say that all the automatons are dead, but...
Right, there is one exception, which will be interesting.
Apparently.
it's because he's not only Hextech, he's also Shimmer.
Oh no, sorry. Not well, Warwick is still alive because of Shimmer, which I guess that would explain why Oriana's alive after this.
Possibly,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, by
sta-
the way, Jinx is dead.
Ow! Ow, by the way.
I don't know
Ow.
why they added that in. I get they wanted to say that this hurts, but like that is not. I don't care how much shimmer she has in her body. Her neck is broken.
He got
Um,
$1 million babied.
Can I be 100% honest? The only note that I have for that particular scene in showing this off is she got dribbled harder than the basketball with LeBron.
Ooh. It's so is Vi, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. The fact that they show the after effects on the girder itself.
yeah.
It's really like the animation is superb, almost too superb. You guys made it look really fucking bad. You should have so Warwick just gets up, he looks at them, and it's like the rest of the series is just this giant hulking abomination taking care of two paraplegic sisters. They're both in like wheelchairs, and he's just like casually pushing them around the square.
That's the good
Also-
timeline.
Yeah.
Also, there's Batman.
He was there, yeah.
Yeah.
People are alive. Mel sees that Caitlyn is a bloody eye.
Caitlyn has a lot of things going for her. Let's be 100% honest.
And we get the conclusion to the Jinx and Vi storyline, as basically Vi, well, first of all, her gauntlets are going crazy, but she decides to check on Warwick, even though the girder that she's on is starting to collapse, because she wants to have her father back. But it turns out that Warwick, he's not exactly dead. And even as Jinx says, hey, you can't save him, Vi's like, no, I totally can. But Warwick's like, nah, fuck it. We still fight. So the situation ends with them fighting briefly, the girders falling and breaking. Jinx jumps in to save Vi. And it ends with everyone falling on this perilous situation here. Warwick's got his grip in Jinx, and effectively, it's this final moment where Jinx is like, you gotta let me go. And she pops out the hex core, the hex crystal in Vi's gauntlet and falls.
Yeah. She forces the choice for Vi like she did before, and continuation for everything, perfectly fine. It's the slow motion into Warwick holding her in a grip and bringing another arm over him, roaring, and then the hex grenade explodes. The implication is Jinx is fine, by the way.
You will get. I'm gonna try and get the actual shot on screen.
Yeah.
Also, this is where the reprise of the music comes in.
Yes, I do like the music.
Oh, here we go. Oh, damn it.
Right here.
I hit the wrong button to scroll towards it. She pulls the hex grenade. They blow up. Well, there is a brief moment of pink lightning shooting off into the top right. Yep.
And obviously, everyone, it's amazing that the grenade hits the same time that Jinx remembers Vander blowing out the candle. That's beautiful.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's really nice.
Yeah.
No, it's good stuff.
Yeah. The visuals and choreography and all that here is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
It would make so much more sense if Ekko had just saved Jinx after this.
After this?
He just
Yeah,
surfs down on his hoverboard and grabs her.
Like,
let the man sleep, all right? He has several concussions to rest
do you have
off.
any idea how much like Ekko has gone through? Boy has done too much for the world. He's already like gotten the 3-point ending to like buzzer beater save the world. Let the man rest, okay?
Like, he literally stopped third impact from happening, okay?
the boy is only human. He's not a superhuman.
He's only human
so
after all. Don't put shame.
For Eric,
blame on me.
it's for Eric. So Vi was originally going to die here instead of Jinx. Is it true or not? I have heard both conflicting. Personally.
Yeah, I was gonna say like we only have rumors. Until we get like years down the line and get some like leaks from behind the scenes, we're not gonna know one way or the other. I mean, think about how long it took for us to learn shit about behind the scenes in Ruby. I'm still waiting on them to tell us, oh yeah, no, Bumblebee was never actually planned. We pivoted into it.
You are
They are never gonna say that. Listen, that is going to be a deathbed confession, Raymond.
Honestly, yeah, because I think
a
lot of the marketing. I think a lot of the marketing speaks to them at the very least, even if it wasn't planned, that they need to say it in order for the fans to go on.
Like, keep in mind, I don't think that is their exact reasoning. I want to be good faith and say that, hey, they actually wanted things to happen and they just did a bad job. I think that's funnier. But
I think that's true.
But if it was to gain views and shit. That they are not going to say that while they still draw breath from this earth, because the minute that they do otherwise, there will be a manhunt. Okay.
Here's what I got. I have a question. If they can't draw breath, then wouldn't they still not be able to say it?
I think that Miles and Carrie will be like halfway in their coffins to say, "Guys, I have to say, Bumblebee wasn't," and then they die.
Blank.
Yeah. They'd be all like, we.
Okay, we're stretching
gags over. Gags over.
Yeah, guys, ever.
You actually believe that?
Rosebud.
No, I'm making a joke.
So yes,
Batman doesn't know what a joke is.
Such a weird joke to make.
He doesn't know what commitment is.
We don't know your jokes either, Batman.
Anyway, the hammer at the top of the tower dissolves because Jace is dead. And we smash forward. I'm pretty sure this is where we see the ruins of the battle, the aftermath.
It's all the aftermath.
A bunch of people giving a memorial on the bridge, getting names into a vat that will be burned, which, good to see everyone's remembering their dead. Oh, there's Jace's mother. So he is getting...
Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot she was...
Wait, is that fucking powder?
What? Excuse you?
Look at
I
that!
think it might be a jinxer.
It's probably a
It's
jinxer.
a jinxer.
But it's like exact same wear as powder did. So it's like...
My guess is
Oh.
it's a jinxer. That's...
Because no person in the history of ever has ever put their hair in buns like
I'm
that.
sorry, it's just my brain knee-jerked, alright? It's okay.
Yeah,
Also, like you can see her ears. Her skin is very dark.
Yeah, the comment people have
very
right
tan
now
powder.
with true is the fact that Mel does not comment on the fact that Jace sacrificed himself for the savior of the world, yada yada, and Savika continues to not have any lines.
Yeah.
Those are the two things that I have for this.
We see Batboy, we see the Assassin Boy, we see...
How dare you say just Batboy? Right there is a Bat Baby right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We also see Sky 2.0 over there.
Yeah.
Very
on
similar.
the far right. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Again, oh my god, this visual is so pretty.
Yeah.
God, this is
I might make this my
amazing...
background, actually. This is actually very nice.
This is one of my favorites, actually. I have this as a repeat. But it's a great funeral procession of just, here's all the people who died in effectively saving the world to end the class divide between Zon and Piltover. And you can say a lot about how the class divide between Zon and Piltover wasn't really built up, and the ending is a bit lackluster, but...
Sure.
At least they gave an ending overall.
I want to point out a detail here that I like. I had thought at first, oh, he's only burning one. If you look closely, I think he actually has 2 slips of paper in that fold.
Mm.
Yeah, it looks to.
Which means I think he's
yeah.
burning for Jinx and for Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Why couldn't the writing of the season be as good as the visuals? Because the visuals were made by people who have a lot of talent, I think, honestly.
Also, the writing was made during COVID, and everything suffered during COVID.
That too.
Yeah.
Everything changed when COVID attacked.
What about the tree? We'll get to that. The final comment, I think we should give this a fat man. Savika sits down as a council member on Piltover. Fat man, as you were, sir.
It feels like some moral cowardice centrist bullshit. Like, I feel like if anyone in Savika's position, taking over as like effectively the leader of Zon, that she would have been the one pragmatic enough to let them fall on their own terms, even though it would have meant a takeover by Ambessa. I don't like that she came to their rescue and all she got was a stinking seat on the council.
Okay, I think that like there's a several different things. Is like I don't mind a centrist ending. I'm actually very much favor a lot of centrism, but I would like it if we actually saw more of the push and pull that naturally come with a politically hot button situation, so we can understand the extremes and why you would want to avoid them, and why it may be like if you're going to have a centrist ending, you need to present how preferable that is, and just showing us that we have a leadership, a 1 point of a 7-point leadership. I feel like maybe we needed like a second or third member from Zon on the council. There was plenty of space.
The note I have is that, and I quote, "It would have gone far to show Batman as another member of the council."
Yes, the Firelights should have had a representative. Heck, Ekko should have walked in here.
100%.
That would have been preferable, because that could show maybe like a divide, that maybe like part of Zon doesn't want independence, but it's like Savika, not sure, she could still continue to fight for an independent Zon, but like,
well, the question should be is like, why did they want independence in the first place? And that was something that we never really dug into, other than just Piltover was abusing them, which could theoretically be fixed within the system. And that's the thing that, like, I feel like we had a very great introduction to it in season 1, but I feel like that was completely dropped from really being thoroughly explored in season 2. And like the cycle of violence became too much of the focus.
There were so many cooks in the kitchen in that sense, so they couldn't really have time for that.
Yeah, because like fixing the exploitation was going to be what like the hex tech was, and like that was Victor.
Right.
That was Victor's idea. That turned out, that's no longer an option for many reasons.
Yeah.
So like, sure, she can sit here on the council as one of 7 and be like, guys, stop exploiting my people.
And then she gets
But it's like, she's still only one of 7.
Yeah. It's not balanced. And like, I like it. Like, if you're going for a bittersweet ending of, we have made inroads towards progressing towards a better future, and I think that's what they intended, it's okay. But again, I just feel like there's a lot of legwork that doesn't support this, and namely because we haven't seen Savika for a long while.
Since episode 2, really?
Yeah. And I would agree to that, because like this ending is fine, but like you guys said, there just wasn't enough to build towards how this ended.
It's fine on paper, is where I would point it.
Not on the paper that was literally burned in the previous scene. No, let's not focus on that part. But like, them coming to this conclusion in regards to, both cities coming together and progressing towards something better, like that's an obvious conclusion that I feel like has been set up since the beginning, but just the way they go about it is just kind of very rushed.
The man of progress, he's gone, so the progress has to slow down a little.
That's actually something that Fatman brings up that I think should be pushed. The man of progress is gone, as Fatman said.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Yep.
How are we gonna get our welfare? Oh no!
I don't know. I just know the fact that, as you point out in this particular scene, my man Singed, he wins.
Oh yeah, everything's coming up Singed. Oh yeah. It's all about the Singed. Oh yeah. We're talking about the Singed. Let's go Singed.
It was Millhouse the whole time.
Look at GG.
Like, we could talk about how she shouldn't be alive, but I think it's just maybe the idea is that she got the body and everything else he did was what preserved her otherwise.
You could make an argument easy that Singe took something from. We made a lot of memes about it, but the Victor egg, taking what was from the Victor egg, pumping that into Oriana, and giving her a robot body, made her alive again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
we saw that with. We saw that with the Warwick, you know. Like
Yeah.
when all of the Hextech zombies died, Warwick was still alive because he was a combination of Hextech and Shimmer.
Right.
Eric singed. Like I said, it's a skill issue.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the best parts of it is like this man, he came out in character and he won. It's like, okay, I'm all good for this.
And we get a Raven, and the final bit with that particular Raven, a little bit more. You can pause on it when he gets more eyes.
He's had more
right
eyes.
there.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had them the entire time.
Right there, and the meme that I was going for is singed fans rejoice.
Singed.
Yeah.
Not singed fans, Swain fans. My God.
Yeah, we're all tired. Can you tell?
Yeah.
And here's Mel. She's on the way to her own show now, and I have literally zero interest in it. Like the only character I know is Mel, and she is so OP. Is like I don't know if I care.
She clicks W and she'll figure everything out.
Gotta get one last one in there.
All you gotta do is walk forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I believe the last scene here is with Caitlyn and Vi.
Did you ever see the Chinese edit of this scene? It's hilarious.
Yes, it is hilarious.
I was gonna comment about that if you didn't.
I think y'all showed that a bit of that scene, or maybe some screenshots of it on one of these streams before. But it's so funny.
It's so funny.
It's so fucking
the romantic implications altogether in the scene.
Especially when Kate like leans her head on nothing.
Yeah,
it's like you're all right there, Kate.
Yeah, she got a neck injury too. She's just trying to be, she's trying to be mindful of Vi's neck injury. Basically,
China, there's no gay embossing.
She's doing research on her computer thing, and basically, from context of her holding Jinx's explosive and looking at the different information, we see that she figures out that Jinx probably escaped. That Jinx is probably alive and well. And she's kind of happy about that for, I guess, Vi's sake. I don't know. It doesn't feel like there was really an understanding between her and Jinx at the end. And then
No,
I don't think that there needs to be. She can just be happy for Vi.
Yeah, that's where my head is at.
And then
I was going to say that the fact that she smiles, you can easily say that she's happy for Vi, not the fact that a lot of people have been saying her mother's killer got off scot-free.
Yeah. And so basically,
unless she's
into
into that.
The last moment of them sharing a warm moment together, and the last line of the season and of the series is, "I am the dirt under your nails, cupcake," which has been the heart of a lot of divisive commentary, as I understand.
Oh, really?
People are making this so much different. Like, she's going to be the brutal, dirty enforcer to keep Kate clean. Like, there's
right, yeah, I've seen that.
I just took it as you're not
what I would assume. Like, dirt is hard to take out of your fingernails.
The thing about the final episode,
if that's the sorry, no, go ahead.
No, you first, please.
If that's what people are taking away from that analogy, I would sooner be like, I don't think you want to eat a cupcake with nails. That seems very hazardous.
I think people are just too obsessed with hating on the whole police aspect of the series.
That's true.
Oh,
like
100%.
it's become an obsession for some people. Like, chill the fuck out.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I really hate how poorly the political side of this was done. Is like, you really could have done a good show of. I mean, you've already demonstrated how bad the underground is and how bad the enforcers are, but you also have displayed previously how good people on both sides of the conflict are as well, and how there are people inside the police that genuinely want to do a good job and either do a good job and just aren't recognized for it and they're kind of shoved aside, or they can't do a good job because of other things. Like there's all these different aspects to really dig into when it comes down to the nature of like the corruption of every facet of society that Arcane season 1 was so good at touching on that isn't really present here. And people become they just, because of how vague it is, they just insert what they feel like anywhere they will want to effectively.
Right.
Part of my problem with Savika, where it's like, oh hey, we've introduced a world-ending calamity that means all of your, personal gripes about, survival and freedom don't really matter anymore.
Right. So it kind of
Sean-
creates a scenario where those things, we can just not address them for a bit and then fast forward to them being solved after.
I mean,
I would
this is
really
so
Sean
like
is
vague.
asking my opinion about the politics of the series, considering we just had an election. I'm not going to comment on that.
Yeah,
Huh?
we
I
didn't
don't
comment
think
on the
that's
election.
really relevant.
We didn't comment on the American election. We're not commenting on the Canadian election. We don't hide our political feelings on things, but we don't like bringing them up either. It's not really.
It's also a
relevant to what we're
case of
discussing.
that doesn't matter to this particular.
Yeah, it's not relevant here.
Yeah, it's not relevant. Like, just because there's politics in a TV show doesn't mean that we have to bring up in real life politics. Like, there's
If anything,
no
that's
need to connect the two of them.
Yeah, if
maybe
anything,
maybe
that's
in
why I
relation
really-
of like an example of like what to do in the show, or an example of like this is a parallel or something like that, but like there's no need to comment on it just out of the blue just because there's politics there and politics that just happened.
I also need to raise Sean Fulldark. I mean, this is so weird that China is so against the gays when they're trying to increase their population. I'm gonna give you a minute to think about why that's a bad statement.
Wait, I'm sorry, my brain just blanked out. What did you say?
I'm with Kaiser.
I mean, this is so weird that China is so against the gays when they are trying to increase their population. I will give you one thing that the homosexuals are notoriously bad at doing.
Is this a question? Twi, Celtic, Fatman, is there something in my water?
It's one
you're
of the
drinking
things where you
water,
don't
you're
understand
drinking
how gay
Gatorade.
relationships actually increase populations. They don't, though. They even the ones that have like artificial insemination or what have you or whatever are a much smaller population than hetero. Now the thing is,
I feel like
gays are going to be gay anyway.
Let's not get into this, please.
That's
Okay,
not,
sorry.
no.
It's just,
The episode is over.
I was wowed by that
Literally,
statement.
Raymond, we just finished talking about how we aren't going to talk about politics.
I was
then you
just
immediately
wowed
start-
by it. I was just like, it floored me, the logic.
You could have just left it at, I'm going to let you think about it, and then you could have moved on.
I could have. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Like,
anyway, last
Right
shot.
back into your birdcage.
Nice blimp.
Last shot, we have an airship, which, if people remember back to the very beginning of the series, I think it might be the first line.
Powder says, I want to fly in one of those. / I'm going to fly in one of those.
One of these days.
One day I'm gonna ride in one of those.
Yes.
and-
Yeah.
And it was Milo that said immediately, one day I'm going to pilot one of those.
Which is foreshadowing that Milo is gonna come back as one of the other champions. Who is he?
I-
But basically, this is implying that Jinx finally got onto the airship that she's going to ride, and she's going to ride it off into the clouds somewhere
Parts
distant.
unknown, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's going to ride off to Demacia to get the Jinx Lux ship.
Yes, exactly. That is how things are going to play out. Anyway, that is Arcane season 2. My God,
It's been
we
been
got
a
here.
ride, hasn't it?
Oh yeah. Also, we got the
Finally.
end.
Yeah.
I'm very happy that we are finally done with this thing. I was so tired.
Now to do 3 back-to-back video coverages. I'm kidding.
No.
Hey, Fat
I
Man, look,
refuse.
it's all the same actor.
I feel stupid for that. But I was tired at the end of that reaction too. Was that actually in the recording, or did I say that after we
I
stopped?
can't remember. I think that was in the recording. I think I got
I
it.
hope it was in the recording because
That
I
was
feel fucking
such a-
It's just like, no, that doesn't say additional voices in whatever language that is. That's say that.
JK Lily, now talk about the tree. No, we can't talk about the tree.
Yeah,
you know what? Why don't you guys talk about the tree while I go use the restroom? I'll be right back.
Yeah,
No,
there is
well,
no tree in
tree.
Ba Sing Se.
I'm not talking about the tree.
Yeah.
But
so Shadow of the Erd Tree is the DLC for Elden Ring.
And again, we've talked about it and we've made explicit. This is still far better, despite our issues with it. This is far better than a lot of shit on TV
Yeah,
right
than
now.
90% of television right now, which, in a way, I mean, depending on where you scale this, that's pretty freaking... That's kind of disheartening to think about. But I think there's a lot more to enjoy about this than there isn't. But I can understand why people have issues with it, especially relative to season 1.
To be fair, like if you go into this much detail of like picking something apart, you're going to find flaws in literally everything. Even something that is considered a 10 out of 10 TV show, film, what have you. If you look into it enough, you're going to start nitpicking it into pieces.
So, the counter to that, I would say, is it's a case of you find the things in nitpicking of, but you either end in one side of the divide that it makes things better or makes things worse, and a good chunk of the internet, especially with the Arcane Season 2, has ended on the divide of it makes things worse.
Well, it kind of it also depends on like where
that makes worse.
God.
I don't think that that's necessarily true, because if you're going into something to look for things to nitpick, you're going to find them just because that's your mindset going into it.
Yeah, like I feel like so many of like the criticisms, especially that I know that you've said, are like temporally locked to the instance of the thing you're complaining about, not really considering the context around it. It's just like, oh, this is bad, and it's just like,
it's why I
come back to it later.
Well, it's why I push entirely devil's advocate.
Sure, for like the sake of argument, just to kind of like vary up the discussion, right? Which I can understand that. I just God.
Well, like I said, we don't need an army of devil's advocates, though.
Says,
especially when like the devil is like, wait for the next scene. God.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Like, they are going to get back to this.
Well, okay. What about the tree? Izanagi says, dropping in to say that, yeah, it's sad that season 2 was a downgrade, but it does seem like a better show-wise than most stuff online. I really do hope that Arcane encourages more and better animation. That's the biggest thing I hope we can take away, is more and better animation.
I 100% think that Arcane has set a standard for animation, especially with facial and environmental, of just showing just how beautiful things can be made with this style of animation, and people can be pushed.
And I guess in a way, there are like some animation studios that are at least trying to keep up with that. I mean, there's a good example that I can bring up is Blue-Eyed Samurai, which I believe got put out a couple months after Arcane Season 1, and that show was great. Aside from like a couple of niggling issues that I have with it. I don't really. It's pretty damn good, and I recommend anyone to watch it.
All right.
It may not be as like directorially strong as Arcane, but still.
Well, with all that covered, do we have any parting thoughts that anyone wants to impart?
Not really.
I'm still struggling with the fact that my laptop is probably needs to be replaced, because I don't know if we can find the parts for it. So look forward to me eventually sometime down the line being able to do stuff again. Until then, maybe go to the Vancouver Lapu Lapu Festival GoFundMe and support the people who lost loved ones.
Yeah. Eric Roman, Celtic, is it okay if I make fan art of your potential Arcane Season 2 rewrite? Go for it! I mean, if you want to write, I'm not going to stop anyone from making fan art. And I do want to get to it someday. That's why it's going to be a freaking stretch goal on.
No, if you make a single piece of fan art about us without our permission,
We'll
we will
sue
hunt
you.
you down.
Yeah. Assert dominance, Raymond. Ban them.
Celtic's not going to rewrite season 2. He's just got season 18 of Ruby. Yeah, don't worry. Season 33 of Fixing Ruby is going to be well into production by that point.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyone else? Anything big to announce? Anyone?
I'm still working on the new video. It should be out next month, relatively early. So stay tuned for that.
Both the new book animation that Celtic gave me, again, thank you, and real life stuff has continuously delayed stuff for my YouTube video, so I apologize for that.
Okay. I actually have a video that's gonna be coming out hopefully like later this week. I'm just getting the music choices together, but like video is done, audio is done, and it's about Isha and some other stuff about writing and some other shows that I like and dislike. I plan on making some other videos. I got one that I'm writing up right now about Legend of Korra. I would like to talk about my adventures with Superman at some point. And it's just besides that, yeah, I'm trying to finish up some other stuff. I don't want to say anything just yet in case I happen
Also, me and Pete and Bio discussed Devil May Cry.
Yeah, go check out on my channel. I had my first podcast with my friend Kaiser Shonen and our friends Serial Naval Gazer CBF and Bio Gundam, where we talked about the trash fire that is Netflix's Devil May Cry. Go check out.
It was ridiculously cathartic.
I have
These nuts may cry.
I have dubbed it the Periodicast, and I would love to have other people on periodically. I'd love to like cover other topics on it. I don't really have like a specific topic set up for now. Streams are normally on Saturday evenings Eastern Standard Time, where normally I do video gaming streams, but next Periodicast, if I come up with an idea and if anyone wants to join me, I'm looking at you, I know nothing. Yep, you're called out.
Hey,
next on
totally.
Yeah, peer pressure.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's now on YouTube, so now you have to.
Oh fuck.
But yeah, that's what I'm up to.
Fatman, anything?
Yeah. So just go watch my Monday streams, and just wait for my Star Trek video to come out. Yeah, it's underway. Hopefully not. I'm more than halfway done with it.
Yeah, hopefully
not quite 2/3 done with it.
Hopefully it's the year after that.
Yeah. 2027.
Yeah.
He still makes good stuff. He still has good streams, by the way.
He wants to make sure that
everyone
Adam
watching.
Jensen watches it.
Oh my god.
Is the human revolution in
2027 and Mankind Divided is in 2029.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And you know what? Deus Ex original is 2045. So we're coming up fast on that.
Oh damn. All right.
Shit.
Yep. So the future is now, old man. It's time to start getting robot arms. I'm still working on My Hero. I've actually been very lax on that, but I blame the medication. And I've been also working on a billion other things. Like I've been prepping for our tabletop campaign, which is going to feature, of course, Team JYCT, but also I Know Nothing, Fatmanfalling, newcomer Saria, who is one of the sketchy huntsmen. That's the current plan for the roster, and I've been getting a bunch of stuff underway for that. It's very exciting. I'm actually dropping a pretty penny on making it actually a nice full production for people during the streams. Probably gonna be streaming bi-monthly on Saturdays by the looks of it. But yeah,
bi-monthly or semi-monthly?
Sorry, twice a month.
Yeah,
semi-monthly.
Bi-monthly means both.
People use bi-monthly to mean twice a month, but
Eric, Celtic, $100,000 to revive Isha. Okay, bye.
Okay, for that I will do that.
Well,
I never said I had scruples. Anyway,
I
Thank
mean,
you all.
$100,000 is a lot.
Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had a good time, and we'll see you all next week. Thank you all so much for watching.
Goodbye.
Catch
See
you
y'all
on the
around.
Bye.